All right, there we go. Welcome to Reesport and to the April 10th meeting of the Elliott State Research Forest Board of Directors. And that's my opening remarks. I'm glad everybody's here, and so I'll have a few things to say tonight in our informal get together as well. Turn it over to Darren and yes.
I'll go ahead and so I'll go ahead and go next. Morning, everybody. Darren Gooding, the manager of the Elliott State Research Forest. It's nice to be at the first board meeting where we're all in person since I came on board. So it's nice to see faces in the room instead of looking at a bunch of boxes on screen. So it's nice to have this interaction time. I just wanted to make an introduction or an announcement about our forester position for the Elliott State Research Forest. We did after I think third time's the charm for recruitment, but we did hire a forester. So that's the ink is dry on the offer. So I'll go ahead and say it's Caitlin Schwinn. She's coming from the Forest Service. It's currently a silviculture and timber cell prep forester. So we'll be starting on May 12th. And yeah, just really happy to have that position filled. So our team is really starting to fill out here. And so looking forward to as we move into operations here on the forest. I'll pass it off to Chris.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see you all virtually today. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you. Thanks for getting that forester position filled, Darren. Thanks to the Elliott State Research Forest Board for their leadership and engagement. I'm excited that y'all get getting together today in person. And I just also wanted to introduce a new executive support specialist to DSL, the Land Management Division, but we'll be helping out Linda and the board quite a bit is Hannah Beveridge, and Hannah's on the screen today as well.
Hey, Hannah.
Hi, everyone.
You prepared to give us your entire bio, right, Hannah?
Yeah, sure, if you want.
Go for
it. I started last week at DSL. I came from Sherwood High School. I was working in the Career Center. But I also serve on the board at the Friends of the Tualatin River National Wildlife Refuge. And so I'm excited to be here and learn about the Elliott and get to know everybody.
Welcome. Welcome, Hannah. Chris, I'm beginning to worry about you. We gave you a perfectly good reason to get out of Salem and come to the coast, and you didn't take it.
Oh, I know. It's been a busy few weeks, as you probably know. But soon, I'm looking forward to June, and maybe I'll talk more about that later. But we will. The plan is there will be a land board meeting in June down there, so hopefully we can see all then.
Yeah, actually, Chris, I don't think we have it elsewhere on the agenda, so we should probably cover it now.
Yeah.
So recently decided the June land board meeting is going to be at Shark Creek. And there will be some prep work done at Shark Creek to make sure it's all ready to host the land board. And so I think it's exciting news that everybody's coming here, and that's June 10th. Yeah, Chris, do I have it right?
It is June 10th, and I would likely just I think it's very likely to happen, but I would say it is tentative until it gets noticed as we get closer to June 10th. But yeah, that Tuesday.
So yeah, if you can all hold time on your calendars, I think there's an interest that at least that I heard from Vicky around land board potentially wanting to interact with the Elliott board, and yeah, we'll wait till the ink's dry on that officially, but it sounded definite. As much as we're in control.
Definitely, maybe. Yeah. No, I think it's
Okay, thanks, Chris, and welcome, Hannah. Anything from you from DSL? Okay, and then we're on to updates on the HCP and the FMP, and I think DSL and Darren, you guys are in charge. Go.
Okay, Darren, what's first, Darren? Is it FMP or HCP?
HCP.
Okay, I'll do the HCP part. The HCP is, what's negotiations at the state and federal, or state and regional office level with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA Fisheries is, they're done. They've completed, their work on biological opinions and, U.S. Fish has sent its package, to DC, and so there it waits, and, there was a congressional inquiry to try to find out what the status is in DC, because with the administration transition, it's just positions are still being filled and set. So the response we got was, the service believes, they've articulated how the HCP is consistent with new executive orders around timber and forest management, and they're signaling a May decision. And so we're hopeful, we're not fully in control of it at all, but we're hopeful that that May date is what the outcome is. And our general commitment is we're gonna do everything that we can to operate and continue to move forward, assuming we're going to get the HCP in time to operate. And then if not, still do everything we can to advance operations on the Elliott consistent with the Endangered Species Act, but the path has been HCP and it's still the intended path.
Thank you. Just a quick question, does both US Fish and Wildlife and NIPS headquarters both have to approve it? No?
Yes. So whether they're like signing on the same day and or how much of a gap there is between when NOAA Fisheries signs its permits and US Fish signs its side of the ESA permits. That's still a bit unknown, but on the NEPA side, the record of decision, that's all US Fish and Wildlife. They're the lead agency on that, and NIMS has NEPA authorities they need to sign it as well, but US Fish has been the lead agency. So yeah, we do have two agencies,
Two different
permit
agencies,
decisions.
yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's HCP.
All right. All right, then I'll give an update on the forest management plan rulemaking and adoption for the FMP. So you know that DSL had received 4 comments during the comment period that was open and replied to all those comments individually. And that the land board adopted that rule actually at the meeting that was held on Tuesday. So that's been adopted into rule by the land board. This action then incorporates the previously adopted FMP that was adopted back in October of 24 by the land board into the Oregon administrative rules. And based on that, the FMP will be set up for a review, a 5-year review period now. This is in addition to the land board update and potential original provisions that we'll be giving to the land board at the October land board meeting. That's all on that. Unless anybody has any questions or comment.
Were the comments in support of that DSL responded to, or was there concern?
Evan, do you have a quick?
There were a couple in
Yeah.
support and a couple concerned comments. They're now muddled in my brain with the ops plan comments. I can't represent them appropriately, but
Yeah, there was one comment that felt we should have moved forward on the forest management plan at all.
Okay, so not
But
necessarily. the
That was
rule.
already decided back in
Yeah,
October. So the response was the action is the rulemaking, and the forest management plan we're, revisiting in October with the land board. So yeah, one strong comment against the forest management plan and wanted support, and then 2 that were kind of like, I think one was don't do it until more is known on carbon. And there is the appendix land board meeting materials that we linked to, and the update have the appendix where our responses are right in there.
Question, I guess this is going back on the plan and the HCP. And you mentioned ESA obligations and compliance in the meantime. how you would do that? How we would meet our endangered species requirements until May, the HCP is approved?
Yeah, so if we're, this is a conversation, so when the operations plan comes back for, I know we're gonna cover that.
If you wanna wait
Next
until then.
agenda item, well, no, it's relevant, because I think might as well hit it now, so if we don't, in short, if we don't, if we're ready to approve an operations plan, or if the board feels like it's ready to make recommendations and DSL is ready to act on an operations plan, and we don't have the HCP, then we feel like we should be having a conversation with the board about what do we do? And one option is to sit idle and do nothing and wait, and another option is to see if there are projects that we could do that are short of, that totally avoid take and that are short of any ESA conflicts that we still could do. And we don't know that yet, but it's a little bit of like this, what do we do while we're sitting in limbo waiting on something that we don't control? And what can we do that is still within our control? And that would be a conversation that would come in June. Yeah, it's not ideal, but try to make the best of what we can.
Then I think the next step would be Jean for budget update.
Hi, everybody. So Jean Straight here, Deputy Director for Administration. So we have gotten through our phase 1 budget hearings, and it was as good as we could have hoped for. And our request is $10 million, and that includes the 7 Elliott positions. It also includes $2 million for the Shutter Creek redevelopment and the 2 positions that we have, the maintenance positions that we have at Shutter Creek. And thank you, Keith and Melissa, for your letters of support. We do really appreciate that. The next part of our budget is we have a phase 2 scheduled for next Thursday, April 17th. That is an informational hearing only on the Elliott. What we're hearing is that we have a lot of new members on the subcommittee, and so they just really want to know what we've been doing so far. We're not anticipating any gotchas. There's no public testimony on this. We're just gonna talk about the hiring, how we've set up the board. So we're hoping that it'll be a positive experience, and it'll be a time for Vicky to kind of introduce Darren and Chris as the new leadership team for the Elliott, and they'll be the ones presenting. Any questions? Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Great.
Gene.
All right, should I move on to Senate Bill 147 real quick?
Yep, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, it's labeled as a budget bill, but it's actually not. And in the slide there, it was a technical fix bill. It actually wasn't an agency bill, but the treasurer was good enough to put a placeholder in for the Elliott in case there was a need to do some technical fixes. So just to remind folks what those were is that 147 ensures statute reflects the current status of the Elliott as a research forest. It sets up a new fund specifically for the Elliott State Research Forest at Treasury, and provides the department with delegated authority for contracting and procurement. So we don't have to go through DAS for everything we need to do on the Elliott. That bill 147 was heard in the Senate Committee on Natural Resources and Wildfire on March 20th. It had a work session on Tuesday, which was April 8th, and the bill passed out of committee unanimously. It now moves to Ways and Means, where it will sit and then likely run with our agency budget bill that Jean just talked about in both Natural Resources Subcommittee and then full Ways and Means later this session. My guess is they'll probably wait till the last May forecast before they start moving budget bills. But could be wrong because we're other funds, but that's typically what they do. And then they will go to the Senate and the House floors for a vote. We will keep the board appraised of the next steps on timing. I also realized the process around the bill wasn't ideal, just due to the timing and of the getting approval to run the technical fixes and the legislative calendar, and when drafts came back from legislative council, et cetera. So we recognize the need for a clearer process moving forward, and we'll work with the board and its chairs and vice chairs to improve coordination. So thanks for your patience on this one. Yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Chris, have you had any feedback from individual legislators who are just reaching out and with concerns or questions?
No, you probably saw there was a -3 amendment. There was a few little tweaks here and there to alleviate some concerns that to clarify that the board will not sell the Elliott State Forest, but will do exchanges, a little bit of language to alleviate concerns of Association of Oregon Counties. The feedback from the members of that Senate committee I thought was pretty good. Actually, it was that one ran pretty smoothly with the committee members. I've been back and forth. I'm sorry, Ellie's not here. Ellie, our government relations team right now, Ellie and Ivy have been doing an excellent job of socializing all of our bills or bills that we're involved in with the legislature. So I bet they did a ton of work behind the scenes, but the only folks I really heard from were on the actual committee and didn't see many concerns. And both Senator Girard and Senator Nash voted for it, a 5-0 vote out of committee.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Aaron?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah, yeah, all right.
You up?
Think so.
Okay.
The next item is the protocol. The next item is the protocol document, and it's it's essentially the operating principles. That the history on this one is a long while back when before there was an Elliott board and there was a prospective board. Oregon Consensus was managing the process. There was an effort to put together a document around essentially how the board would how the board members would govern their interactions and behavior and interplay between one another and with the agency and the DSL. But most of this document speaks to how you all want to commit to your approach to the board, collective member for the same thing, the Elliott's mission, and how you want to commit to your interactions with one another. And so the document is it's been revised several times, and at the last board meeting, just to refresh, there was a lot of conversation about a couple different parts of it, and you all decided it wasn't quite ready for adoption, or you weren't ready to adopt it as a board yet, and then some revisions were needed. The revisions that were made and came out to you in the materials are trying to reflect the conversation from last meeting, and some of that was I think Jennifer had some input on like consensus decision making. Glad to see that in there. It's good to see that in there. We can just, you all could decide as a board as to what techniques you want to use to manage consensus decision making. Doesn't necessarily have to be in that document, but there's a flag in the revisions around kind of just bolstering that language, I think based on some of your feedback, Jennifer and Peter, but echoed by others, had some feedback on first principle. Key thing should be that all board members are committed to working for what's in the best interest of Oregonians on the Elliott and the broader mission of the research forest and the policies that are set out for it, instead of coming in as advocates for individual interests or values that that people should be pulling for the same thing on the pulling up as a board and working together, I think, on the broader interests, that everybody across the state has in the Elliott. And what we tried to do was reflect that in the revisions. But obviously need to hear back on whether that reflection or the revisions reflect what board members were thinking on that. And then the last big piece for input and revision was on relations with the media. So you probably saw in the document, that's the biggest area of track change revisions, and a lot of that really focuses on there was really good back and forth at the last meeting, and Director Walker brought in Ally Ryan Hansen, our communications director, and you all had some discussion with Ally about how we do it and how she does it at the department. But you all distinguished, hey, we're not DSL, we're our own board, we're our own voice and people, and we're a government advisory board, but we're not government per se. And so there was some desire, we heard, to see that reflected. And then there was a lot of input and feedback on, okay, how does this interaction work potentially, where you can make commitments to one another about if you get asked by a member of the media on what's the board's position, how do you handle that? If we get asked for that as an agency, what's the board position? How are we gonna handle that? So the revisions attempt to clarify how that would work, knowing that it could be a very fluid situation, but it's probably better to think about it in advance. There seemed to be interest from the board on having some clearer language in there about how you all will play that out in your roles as board members. So that's a bit of refresher on what the document is and what the revisions have been, and I think the main question is, what do y'all think? Did we do a good job reflecting the desired revisions, and do you want to adopt a document today on your operating principles?
Any comments? Jennifer, you want to start?
I was gonna say, I thought you did a really good job of integrating our feedback. So I thought it's a good framework, and I think there's another bit in there that recognizes that we might find ways to improve it or adjust it as we go forward and learn things to be added. So I thought that was good to just reflect in there as well. I think that was.
Peter, I think you had some concerns too on that.
Yeah, so I would echo what Jennifer said, that I think the work that was done was really superb. And I think it's a better document. And I'm supportive of moving ahead with it. And just two thoughts that doesn't change my support. Is one thing I realized, and it must be, I would think if I were in your shoes, Brett, it could be infuriating. Well, why didn't you guys bring this thing up earlier, right? I think I reflected on the responsibility for advocating for the interests of all Oregonians. A thing that seems like it goes without saying is the interest of the forest, right? We have a responsibility to the forest. And I don't think that means we need to change anything here, but I just personally would say, I think not only do we have a responsibility to the humans who are Oregonians, but we have a responsibility to the forest. And probably if we're writing it again, I'd say let's stick that in, but I don't think we need to change it. And the other one that gives me some pause is the issue is right in the beginning part that our role is to guide the future of the forest. And as I brought up before, I have some concerns there around creating false expectations, either within the board or beyond the board, about what our role is. Because I think the way things are constituted right now, we have very little or no authority. And so to say that you're going to guide something, it's like being on a boat that has no rudder or tiller, and you're feeling some responsibility to play a guiding role. But in truth, if you don't have the authority, if you don't have the rudder or a tiller, it creates a false expectation. And I imagine other ones, if you pick it up from people in the public who speak to me saying, well, you guys are really going to steer Elliott, and saying, no, we'll offer advice when it's asked for. But how do we have sort of truth in communication about what our role is in creating valid expectations and not putting ourselves in a spot where people can have false expectations, either within the board about who we are or the larger scene. So those are my two thoughts, but otherwise I'm fine going ahead with it. But interesting what other people think.
Anybody?
I agree. I still think that that was a big topic of conversation, was just some of the lack of clarity still about roles between land board, our board, and now staff. And I think that lack of clarity still is present. And talked about a lot of challenges to like fully addressing that. And I agree, there is this little bit of expectation that, you know, the board has this role, but it is, I like your analogy, a little bit rudderless. So I really agree with that. I do think that the other, you know, substantial comments we talked about last time, I think were addressed really well. I appreciate like the careful thought into, you know, there's a pretty nuanced conversation about the media piece, and I thought that was addressed really well. But yeah, I still think and see that lack of clarity. I think maybe I'm just like a little more immersed in it with partners and stuff, and so there still is just a lot of questions of like, well, who is making what decisions? And as a board member, I still don't feel like I can clearly answer that.
And I'll touch on that. I think the structure we've been in largely because of the process we ended, where we've ended in what this forest is, and was originally going to be in Oregon State Forest and University, and we've gone through this evolution about who's in control of the forest. And we had long discussions about this when, you know, as we were arriving here, and I just have, it maybe more than I ought, I guess, but I have a high level of confidence that as we steer the forest, the DSL is going to go along with that direction. I don't think, and the land board as well. That's my, just in dealing with both of them, both groups for a long time. And I have a hard time imagining that they're going to go through this process and create a pretty, and ask us all to be part of this, a pretty distinguished board, and then to commonly just go, nah, we're gonna do it this way. And I don't know how you would ever, for me, I'm very comfortable with the document. I don't know how you'd ever absolutely clarify and erase all of those concerns, simply because of the structure we've arrived at, and that, so that's my say. So just as maybe I'm more confident, and maybe we're more stupid, and refuse to see the hurdles in the way.
So Brett, I just have a question. Has DSL and the land board reviewed this document?
No, because it's,
It
I
was
mean,
up to them.
yes, we have a staff,
Yeah.
but at the land board level, no. I mean, it's intended as the board's document really, and I tried to capture that in one of the edits, like this is your document, you can amend it anytime.
I agree, but there is like the last line under the purpose says that individual board members will hold themselves accountable to these protocols and are willing to hold one another accountable, as well as be held accountable to them by DSL and the land board.
Yeah,
Which I suppose makes me a little uncomfortable. If this is an internal document, then we should be willing to hold each other accountable. But if the rest of the board makes a decision that I simply can't live with, I think it's hard for me to commit to supporting that decision publicly if I don't agree with it. And especially being held accountable by DSL and the land board to that decision if I don't agree with it. I mean, does anybody else, maybe that's just me overthinking this, but.
yeah, and that seems to get to the, what is consensus and how do you deal with?
Right, I mean, I'm willing to be silent, but not necessarily. It's kind of like a marriage.
I mean, I feel like there is a lot of language around that though, which I think doesn't address that tension, but just highlights that tension of like,
Yeah,
there is a lot of language of like, we will collectively unified support and articulate the board's decision and the board's perspective.
right.
I mean, I think there's ability to add some nuance to that and take your hat off of that, but I think that is a concern that
Yeah.
is embedded in here, and I think that the likelihood of there being substantial disagreement, like, you know, it's one thing to say, you know, I support the consensus and the forest needs to move forward, so I'm gonna, you know, jump out of this vote or whatever, but it's another thing to represent that to people. And I think that because of the decisions that are being made right now in standing the forest up, there's gonna be lots of examples of that.
I agree. I mean, I think when you start running scenarios, when we start getting down to brass tacks, it turned out that there will be things that,
Yeah.
you know, while the rest of the board supports it, there might be two of us that don't. Because it's a living document. I can live with it. It's just.
Yeah, but well, and also the, well, this isn't in Darren, like. Try to draw you into this too, because you're coming into this as manager, this isn't us trying to say, you gotta do this, like adopt this document now, we're not, it feels like up to the board as to when you all feel comfortable adopting a document, but it is intended as a serious thing, like, what commitments do you wanna make to one another about how, you're gonna do business, and I mean, if things come up like consensus, but there's a minority view, what do we do? How does that, I mean, that, these things do seem like in the broader conversation that is ongoing about clarity of roles and expectations. We're not saying there's a need to rush this. I mean, if there's a, and Darren, I don't know if you wanna elaborate.
No, I can just agree with you on that, that I think that if there's some more thought needed or desired on the board to kind of, before you commit to this, yeah, we're not. From DSL, we're not pushing to have this. We want the board to be, this needs, like I said, Brett said, this is the way you choose to operate. We're not trying to, we don't want to be the ones that feel like we're trying to dictate to you how you should do that, so. I want you guys to be comfortable and we're not trying to force you into making a decision if you're not quite ready to do it today. If you want to talk about it some more, so.
I had a question or just a comment about, so there is the line, if consensus cannot be reached, board members may choose to articulate areas of agreement and disagreement and the reasons why differences continue to exist. So it feels like that's a way of saying we decided to move forward. It wasn't necessarily a unanimous decision, and the different perspectives there's that opportunity to divide. So I feel like that's where it recognizes that there may be times when.
I thought there was another statement here. I had to go back and find it. And it was in I sort of was concerned about Melissa's point, and I felt that this satisfied it for my concerns. It said, when speaking to their own view on a given issue, board members will also reflect that they are engaged in a as part of the larger board conversation process. And then I thought this was the keynote. Members will stand by and not work to undermine decisions of the board. And I think that's giving room for board members to say, I wasn't in particular agreement with this decision. But the board's consensus was, and decision was to move in this way, and on we go without trying to undermine it. That's the way I read that, is that it wasn't limiting Mike's ability to say, no, I think that's not the way I prefer to move, but that decision's been made, we'll move on.
Yeah, and I guess, Caitlin, this is not trying to, like, the techniques that you all decide to use on like how to represent, if there is contention on a recommendation of the board, like how you all go about representing that dissension into that differing view, like that, it feels like that's the kind of stuff we've tried to not put in here, but that if it arises in a given situation, you all would need to figure it out, work it out, and talk about what techniques you're gonna use. Yeah, I guess this feels like a document that is one piece of a broader ongoing conversation about roles and lanes and expectations. Like there's roles and lanes and expectations between board members, between board and DSL, between board and land board. And a lot of these conversations are still playing out, it feels like. And yeah, sorry, Caitlin, I jumped in front of you.
This conversation kind of reinforces the question I had reading this document, which, by the way, it was great to read it coming into it at the end. You guys clearly put a lot of work into negotiating this. But how are decisions being captured, and where are board positions being reflected so that we can not only point to them and say this is a board decision, but if it's, especially if there is more nuance or it's a recommendation and there's dissent, how are minority and majority decisions, it's reflected so that it's clear to the public what the board's position actually is.
We haven't had to do that yet. Really.
Yeah.
Right, and so that's part of the process for. I imagine being a board, there'll be a motion and a call to question and move on from there and record it in that manner, the way I would expect it to work.
So you're expecting votes at the board meetings with sort of, that's where I think there's a difference between a black and white vote versus, whether it's a board letter or a board comment, you know, there's sort of different shades of that decision making. And it may be helpful to articulate in this, whether it's in this document or just for the record, how the board anticipates reflecting its position so that where there is dissent, that we know what to point back to. And it becomes more official.
It also seems like more than just decisions, because I would say like with the lack of roles and responsibilities and the lack of authority of the board, it doesn't really seem like we're making much decisions. Like so many things have progressed over the last year without the board making any kind of decision related to it. And some of those have had conversation and board members have not, you know, been completely on the same page about it. And then DSL moved, you know, forward with making decisions. So I think it also is important too, because those are consequential. You know, things like the research framework and all of that are big consequential things, but they're moving forward without board decision, without board recommendation, which I think is fine. Like, if that's the roles and responsibilities of the land board, DSL staff and the board. But I think with all that being murky and the amount of things that are moving at the pace that they're moving, that there should be some also clear, you know, documentation and articulation of even just like the conversations going on, because I think those are just big foundational decisions that are happening, whether they're happening with the formal decision or not. They're part of the framework and the structure of the force moving forward.
Yeah. But I mean, the question of authority, like, I guess it feels like we should have more conversation about that between DSL and because I mean, you're right, that you haven't had to make decisions that have gotten, like, the decisions that have been made related to, or largely related to Keith and Melissa as chair and vice chair, and there was no opposition and dissension around that, and hiring Darren as manager, and there was a board like a formal recommendation process on that, and there was no dissension on that either, so the hard stuff hasn't really come up yet, but there, I guess I do feel like the advisory, or the advisory board has power, quote unquote, through the oversight structure that the land board adopted. I mean, there are clear things in there that say the board shall advise and make recommendations on a list of pretty clear things. And there's like a process of work to get something ready for a board recommendation. And that, I think, some of is what's going on right now with the research consortium. But there's no intention to like work around or obviate or undermine the oversight structure. Like, these things would be brought to the board, and there's a shall in the oversight structure around make a recommendation. And then we tried to be intentional about building in the DSL will adhere to the recommendations of the board, especially if they're full consensus. And yes, DSL has the discretion to decide otherwise, but that's not the default. The operating lead is defer to the board and the recommendations, and then if there is a different course, DSL has to articulate it. But that, it doesn't feel like that's. It doesn't feel like the board feels like that's meaningful authority, or that authority is kind of what it has. And so maybe there's a need for more conversation around it.
I think part of what, I'm not gonna speak for Haley, of course, but I can see where you're talking about, Haley, where it's some of the major decisions have already been made. The Forest Management Plan, the HCP, and these are the major guiding documents for what's gonna be happening. And I realized that all that had to occur to get things going, otherwise we'd be, 2-3 years down the road before anything would happen, but. So I think there's maybe some struggle in seeing, okay, what's left for the board to make recommendations on. Now, obviously, the biennial operations plans, those would be key things that we want to make recommendations on. I can understand a little bit of frustration in that a lot of decisions have already been made before the board could ever be formed.
Yeah. I think there's another step we can take, because I think we're in a good spot, and to repeat, I think what you were saying, which is where we are in the structure, I think is a result of a whole series of kind of historical artifacts. And I haven't yet run into somebody who's involved in this, who's not of high integrity and goodwill. So I don't think this is about like a power struggle or strange things going on, but it's more like, this is where we are. We're dealing with the cards we've been dealt. But I think there's a difference between kind of the letter of the structure, right? And then there's the spirit. So I'm a real fan here of let's get the show on the road. Let's drive the truck down the road and see how it works. And if a wheel falls off, we'll figure out how to put it back on. And just to be clear, in the last meeting, I pushed pretty hard on this topic. And I've actually had a change of mind, not in terms of where we ought to end up, but how I think we could best get there, which is in the idea of kind of the spirit of how we approach this. So my whole deal with this question of authority and guidance is, how are we gonna have, if we're working within state government, which is inevitably gonna have its ups and downs and backs and forth, how are we gonna build a continuity of guidance and direction where we can ask a research question that's gonna take 2 decades to answer it, right? How do we have we need to have a continuity on this whole project that's way beyond what the normal cycle is of state government. So that's the 100% where I'm coming from. And where I pushed last time was saying that I thought that we should take a position, or we could potentially take a position of saying, basically, the land board will follow our recommendations unless they have a really good reason not to. And a lot of this discussion is about how our advice goes to DSL. But this board is fundamentally focused on policy, and the policy responsibility here really lies with the land board. So I'm a little uncomfortable with a lot of this. I'm glad that we're focused on how we get along with DSL, because that's really important. But I think really where the big decisions are going to happen is not between us and the DSL, it's between us and the land board. So having thought about this since our last meeting, my change of heart is that I think a tangible step we could take would just ask the land board, how can we be helpful? What do you need from the Elliott board? So instead of us going, my deal last time was like, we gotta go tell them that this is what they ought to do. And I think we could it would be more constructive in taking in kind of the realities of how state government works. I think a pretty innocuous but powerful question would be to go to the land board in the appropriate time through our chair and co-chair, vice chair, and say, hey, tell us more about how you think we could be helpful to you. And see what they would say. And I think we could end up in a different spot there, but I think being mindful that the really key policy questions are going to be answered by the land board, not by DSL. But that's just sort of an update on how I'm thinking about this.
Okay, thanks.
Do we have a direct, because I mean, that's part of my questions and why I'm really interested in the land board, DSL staff and board role. I don't see that we have a direct relationship with the land board. Like, from what I'm seeing, we don't make a decision, we make a recommendation when we're asked for advice, and then that goes to DSL. And DSL either agrees or doesn't, and if they don't agree, they have to have a really strong reason, it's not willy-nilly. And then they're the ones with the land board, like I haven't seen indication that there is any direct relationship, maybe I'm really wrong on that, but that's part of my question around this whole roles and responsibility piece, cause I think we're quasi policy operations board, and I think some of that is just because where things are at in history, but the intention, I believe, is that we will be a policy board and the policy is happening there. But I don't know what that nexus is, doesn't seem super clear.
Yeah, there is some language in the oversight structure on it where part of the idea is like when there are reports on how the annual reports and how things are going with the Elliott, that there's a step process to that where what this board says about that to DSL then also goes to the land board. So when it gets annual reports, it knows. And then the largely the relation, like there is nothing in the oversight structure that says every time the land board makes a decision on one of its 3 discrete areas, like FMP amendment, HCP amendment, or acquisition or consolidation of lands, like those are the 3 land board areas. There's nothing that says the land board has to ask the Elliott board, what should we do? But every time they have made a decision, they've wanted a panel from the board. They wanted to know what the board says and thinks, and we've tried to do that through panels where there's been, like on the FMP, disagreement or differing views. So, I mean, I guess to your point, like, I think they will ask, and when DSL asks the board, it's not, I guess our expectation is pretty spelled out, I think, in that advice of the oversight structure where we don't come to the board and ask if we want to. There's some shells in there where the board is going to be asked, like, give us your recommendation and advice. But it does, this does feel caught up in like the relationship of trust and how is the interplay actually gonna go over time, and we're all getting going on this for the first time. So maybe there's some settling out. I don't know where this all got started from the language of guide in the operating principles. So maybe there's some settling out of stuff first before it feels like, before y'all want to adopt that document. Jennifer?
One thing that might be helpful, going forward, just to sort of sort out some of the, or explore some of this further and maybe come up with more clarity, is to like, look at look ahead 18 months, for example, random. And say, what are the kinds of decisions that we know? What are the kinds of things that are going on? How and in what ways would that be brought to the board, or would the board participate in that? How and what way would the board respond to that? And how and what way would that interface with both DSL staff and the landlord? Because it's very abstract, and you can wait till the wheel falls off and then fix it, or you could say, so the research, let's just talk about, sort of thinking about the research framework. What would we envision being some decisions or some pathways or decision points, let's say?
Scenario.
Going forward, whatever that scenario is, how would the board engage with that? How would the DSL staff engage with that? How would the land board engage with that? And if you can kind of think some of that through together, it might be easier for people to say, oh, actually, maybe the cart and the horse go this way, you know what I'm saying? So it might just make it more clear and less abstract. And also we have then sort of a work plan where we can see coming up, we're gonna need to be prepared in X number of months to have reviewed, provided input, made a recommendation, shared minority opinions, worked with the staff and brought it, you see what I'm saying? So I think to your question, Peter, that might be an easier context for also the landlord to say, oh, this is super helpful. We need to make sure the timing is such that, yes, the board has time, the board has roles, the staff and the board together sort things out, you know what I'm saying? So I mean, I just wonder if thinking about like a work plan, but not so much about the nitty-gritty details, but also to use it to sort roles and responsibilities so that it can make more clear where is there more clarity needed and exactly what the timing is for the board to have meaningful engagement in ways that are clear. So the staff kind of knows, we kind of all have a shared roadmap.
What do you think, Darren?
No, I think it's a great idea, because we have, internally with staff, we have a work plan that we've been working off of, and that would be easy to take that and then look at those things that are coming up for us and where are the touch points with the board and how and when do we want to engage on that and make sure that the board is, fully looped into that. So I think we already have that kind of framework internally. It's just a matter of now looking at that from the board. And how do we include the board in that? What the timing and which topics? And so, yeah, I think that's a pretty that's a pretty easy thing. I could just take a look at that and draft something up for, 12 months, 18 months, however far you want to look out for stuff in advance. I like that idea.
But maybe it's easier to then say, oh, and this is a place the land board would probably have to weigh in. Well, what's our board's role? What's, or not, right? So we can go ahead and make a recommendation and staff and the board go together and have we recommended and that, you have your input and we go forward in other cases or something. So no.
Wonder if June 10th might be a chance to do this, actually, God forbid, be face to face and have some connection about this stuff, get the attention of the landlord.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what you're saying makes it more real than hypothetical scenarios. Yeah, does that?
Yeah, I think that works really well for me, and Darren and I have talked informally about the board meeting on perhaps the day after the land board, if we're looking at another, whatever the schedule of the board meeting is, if we're all gonna be there and meeting with the land board, it makes sense for us to meet as a body on our own. And if all seems fit for all, with all of you, and maybe that's a time if Darren can get us a document or a work plan and look out 12 months, and maybe that's a time for us to actually go through a process of saying, and looking at that work plan and saying, yes, this makes sense, or I suggest we do this rather. And that's not too far down the line. We can provide comments before then as well.
And I think all this factors into the next item on the agenda is the draft operations plan.
You're right.
How do we interact and make recommendations and all.
Yeah, that's closest to the windshield.
Yeah.
Is this helpful to everybody? I mean, is this resonating across other board members?
So I guess the question then is, do we wish to adopt or table the proposed changes?
I think we should table it. Just because I think that what we just talked about and proposed will provide some potential edits and clarity to that. I don't think that we're operating far outside of what's articulated
Right.
anyways.
So that would be my suggestion, if we table it and revisit. In the meantime, let's agree that there are some principles here that we haven't adopted yet, but that we will at least to every degree possible sort of adhere to in terms of communication and in the way we interact with one another, with the press and so forth. Does that make sense? And so we haven't really adopted it, but we all understand that there ought to be, I guess we don't, truthfully, I think we all understand it anyway, but that we have some sort of written document that we will at least roughly follow in the meantime before an adoption. Okay, and then the timeline on the next 12 months and your plans, what would that look like for us to see?
Oh, that shouldn't take me very long to put some thought of that. You wanna say? A week?
2?
Yeah, a couple weeks. Yeah, I could do that. I can come up with a first cut at that, I think. Yeah.
And then what's our suggestion on a response to that? Do we respond via email, or do we hold our responses to the next time we meet?
So if not
Yeah,
the
can we
serial
like
can't be
not talk to each other via email, that will make it hard.
Okay,
Can we, if we had just a process question on that, if we had like a shared Google document or something, can we all make comments and edit, or is that considered serial?
decision.
Not serial communication.
Yeah.
I don't know, we should all talk to our attorneys. It sounds, we'll circle back.
Yeah.
On
I'll
that.
have to check on that.
And just, I guess a comment, one is that, so there's both the, like, what are you planning to do for the next 12 months? And what do we think about it? That's a good question and an opportunity for exchange. And then the other thing I was sort of thinking about was also using that to surface, to just take a look at it, not so much from the what as from the process standpoint.
Yeah.
Right, so you're looking at, you're saying 6 months, let's say, I'm making it up. 8 months from now, we're hoping to have a research framework that we feel like there's more clarity around the who and the how and the what. in what ways would the board intersect with that over time? So that's like that's a different facet of the work plan, right? Which is like looking at it and saying, where do we intersect? So there's both what's in it and then how do we intersect it?
Yeah.
So it's just to clarify, there's sort of two different flavors of comment or input or discussion.
And the timing on when how we fit in, as far as the timing on different things too.
Yeah, and could this be an opportunity potentially to be helpful to you guys, but also to think about, is it an opportunity for a couple people on the board to spend some time talking it through in terms of that, how do we work together piece? So that it's a work, it's a dialogue between us as opposed to here's a work plan, what does the board as a whole think about it? To get some opportunity to have some engagement and sort of think through that interface without everybody having to be in the room together and but to provide some like working through it together and then bringing it maybe back to the board at a point where it's like, here's what we came up with in terms of both process piece and the roles and also the content. And so that seems like that might be a way to engage the board in the work in a way that makes it a shared ownership of what the board as a whole is discussing.
Yeah, and we can figure out the ways, there are ways to do it. It may not be a shared Google Doc where everybody's got the same document, but we can observe short of a quorum and make sure, through Darren, Emma and Elliott staff that we're getting input and having dialogue with you on the document and the work plan and the edits, and then avoid serial decision making as avoid quorums, but have some input before we come back in June.
And if you have a question on the document, just call Darren at 2 a.m. What is this?
At least wait till 4.
Is Darren, is such a structure, at least as we propose, that works for you and staff?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm gonna ask Mike and Melissa and Jennifer, you were there for a while. I think I have a hard time remembering it, you guys as well, if there was a significant issue that wasn't where the DSL ended up going in a direction, or the land board ended up going in a direction that the board had preferred, other than those that were sort of required by the state structure of law. I mean, there were some things that Vicky just said, we can't do that, right? Because of but other than that, I think, were there other issues where the board said, boy, this is the way we want to move, and the land board of the DSL said, no, we're not going there, other than those that were sort of statutory and.
Can't think of any, but I also can't think of any time when we were asked,
Yeah.
do you approve of this? That sort of thing.
So I would say
Sort of.
that, so not specifically to your question, and this is why I was thinking that working together through the work plan might be helpful, is that I think there were times when the board was asked to give feedback on something and honestly didn't have time to really give it a good look.
I think that's.
And so that was like, whoa, okay, I guess.
Yeah.
And so that is another area where I think if we thought together, and I know some things are gonna come over the transom, you just gotta respond. I get that, it's life. And there are things that one could foresee and then think about if the board's gonna have a role in it. I mean, that's meaningful. When do you engage it and how do you engage the board? So that would be one advantage, I think, of thinking ahead to the timeline bit of it. If you really want the board to have a chance to really make sure we actually have had a chance to provide input. What's that time?
Okay.
Yeah, and I also think definitely not trying to say this to threaten the culture of trust. I think that's awesome. And as you said, no one's ill-willed, everyone really does seem here to do this together. But I think one of our responsibilities is to set up a foundation that lasts far beyond any of our individual personalities. And we're, all of the, just people that have been working on this for years, all of those are vulnerable to change. I mean, we're gonna have a new director of state lands, we're gonna have we have new land board, we're gonna have different land board, we're gonna have different board members. And so I think that, roles and responsibilities, I'm not saying that in a constraining, we don't trust each other, we need to have confines, but how can we set up a really good foundation so that we are resilient to change and personality shifts? And I do think some of the work we're doing, there's a lot of passionate people about it. And there is a likelihood that something big and controversial could happen. And so if we can have that framework set up for how we navigate that together and preserve, relationships and integrity in that, I think that's just a really important piece. And also just like, I think staff efficiency. Like, it is so important that a board of directors and everyone has really clear of like, what can Darren just go and do? I don't even know. And like, what would you need to consult the board and the land board and DSL leadership? And I think that we're just at a new time where there's now a lot of staff, like 7 staff, which is really cool, but like, what is the authority and ability for efficiency's sake? Because we need to be really efficient. I think we need to show the state of Oregon that we can be efficient, especially right now, and we just need to set up, I think, that framework a little bit better.
Thanks for that.
Darren and staff need to know what they can do.
Yeah.
And how we can be helpful.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And how we can be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, really good discussions, and I think a lot on figuring it out as some things come in front of us. It's gonna be enlightening as we go forward. For me, it's kind of like right now with the agenda in front of me, and I look at some of these, and it helps me to understand when I'm looking at them, what is that being asked of me or the board. Like we have the draft operations plan. And it says a bullet point, board member feedback, so it doesn't say anything about approving it, so being it's 25 and 27, I'm assuming it's just information. And you just
On the operations plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not ready.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the closest thing to the windshield, so. It's
But you're
ready.
not asking for a board approval.
No.
Yeah, right, so.
Emma's on point for.
So it's just feedback, and then the research proposals. For myself, I'm like, what's being asked of me, and down at the bottom, it says discussion, so you're just talking about, research proposals. There's some possibilities, you're not asking for the board or myself to approve these, right?
Yeah, and are you gonna like make sure we have clarified in the agenda when we're coming?
Yeah.
When
Action.
our
Action, maybe that's an action item, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that brings me to, the way I used to work with the leadership team I was on with the forest I was on before I came here. Yeah, we had topic sheets that had, here's the topic, here's the type of decision making that we're gonna use consensus, or is it gonna be a kind of coming in for the forest supervisors to make gets to still make the decision even after discussion. Those type of things, and then so that lets everybody know then what and the question, if there's a decision to be made, the decision's kind of written out already as, here's what the decision is to be made.
Or staff recommendation.
So maybe we kind of adopt something like that going forward, that would help with,
Yeah.
so that way it's a little clearer, then it can be kind of on the
Yeah,
agenda, this is the.
I can give you my feedback all day, so I can discuss things. But if you wanna vote, that's a little bit higher level, it helps me that it says over here, vote. And then I think, okay, you're asking us to approve something.
So I think that's just a little bit of a, you can just do a little bit of process there, a little bit for,
And
so
just
to make that clear.
just the way you label or title the agenda items, no decision expected or
No,
discussion item.
no, that's good feedback, we can do that.
All right, anything else? Okay, so no adoption today. We'll table that until we meet again and see where we are. Good discussion, thank you. That was
Who's
good.
in charge of this topic going forward, though? Like, if there's someone who's the shepherd of this document, because someday we're going to approve it, right? It's not gonna be in limbo forever. Who's responsible?
The operating principle protocol document.
That's you?
I've been editing it, but no, I think it's, we're all signs points manager,
Okay.
but the manager will manage staff.
Good, I just wanted to be clear. Seems like with any of this stuff, let's err on the side of clarity, even like, what are we doing here? We can always dial it back.
Yeah, we can ask that at any point in our life, right?
Big question.
Okay, but that's a good question. I mean, because at some point, Darren's gonna own that.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate that.
And we're in
I
a
hadn't thought
period of
about it.
transition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we are now, that was good. We're now 10 minutes late, but that's fine. Draft operations plan, Ryan? and Emma.
It's just gonna be me today, giving Ryan a little break from his speaking roles. And I'll be brief, I'll try to.
Do we
save us
wish
some
to take a
time.
break for a few minutes?
Looks like we need a break, yeah.
It's all good, Ron. Yes. They weren't upset at you, so let's take 5 minutes.
Okay.
Right?
Had that happen to me before.
So is this still?
Before I even get to our postponement, I was gonna suggest to Ryan that you just bust us all out to the people who are squatting at Mill Creek and we go out and intimidate the hell out of them.
Yeah.
And get off our forest.
Well, my first stop after this meeting is that site, so I'm gonna go talk to them, see what we got going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the schedule has up a draft operations plan with Emma to facilitate that and lead us through. But we also have research proposals scheduled for 10 o'clock and it's nearly 10 o'clock. And that means we have people aboard who are using their time, they're gonna be here at that time. So, because of that, I think that Emma suggested that she will do her draft operations plan during our working lunch. And in the meantime, then we'll just move ahead to the research proposals, overview and questions. With that, we're sort of being asked to reflect on recent discussions and whether the the Elliott is managed as a research forest or a forest or if research is guiding its management. Are we a research forest that has other things happening or a forest that has other things happening, and one of them is research. And then as well, this is sort of a big kid move, right? That we're gonna have a research proposals placed before us, and it's been a long time to get here, right? We've been basically for 7 years moving towards these moments. In which there were actual decisions being made by a body of some sort or being reviewed by a body of some sort about what happens on the forest. So and with that, we get out of the way and let Brett introduce.
Well, the only thing I wanted to say, and as we kind of set this up as a team, working with researchers across, Darren, Emma, and myself and Amy and Ryan, like your remarks are right on, because like this has been a long time coming and we're having presentations by researchers relating to actual research proposed on the forest. And some of the context I just want to set really quick is that when the forest management plan was adopted in April or specific principles, a unifying research question, theme and sub-themes, and the structure for the research. And that's all in there in the forest management plan. But we were very intentional and careful and based on a lot of the conversations that was happening then with the board as well as with the public and tribes. Research questions that still need to be addressed, that we're still working on, like specifically the applicability of the triad design and how to sort that out. And so that's ongoing work. But in that context, there are current research projects that we have teed up in the biennial operation plan. There are 4, and those have they all align with the FMP, the broad objectives, the unifying question, the research themes and sub-themes. So part of that big picture question that you asked, and I think Peyton, you brought up at the last board meeting around like what's driving what? Is the management driving the research? Is the research driving the management? We're still working through all of that and the bigger threads on that, but there are discrete projects that have come forward and are interested in advancing research on the Elliott, which has felt important to us as like, yes, we do have some things to figure out, but we are advancing research on this forest. It's a research forest. And so the intent was really try to bring together, and it's, Emma, thank you for the legwork on all of this. Bring together, a collection of researchers who can present to the board, and the broader public on the concepts of what they're proposing to do, what the value is, as they see it in the research community, and why the Elliott is a good place for all this, and start to get that out there to allow for more awareness of projects, allow you all to ask questions and get familiarity. We're not having the money conversation today around like how to fund proposed research or which ones to fund and how we do that, because we're still waiting on budget clarity ourselves, so that's more of a June conversation. But the idea here was to bring in presentations that could help get you all as board members and the broader public, and frankly us as staff too, more, well informed about what could be.
For research is in our name, in the forest name now, and for a long time, we've hypothetically discussed types of research, but did not really formally discuss research projects and I have to say, I like this. It's exciting that we get a chance to sort of finally arrive at that point.
Yeah, sorry, not trying to take chair's prerogative, but like Darren you came into this job like with a very keen sense of like, I want to be part of a research forest, and I've been want to continue to see we're at the moment finally,
Yeah, it's exciting because, and it's a challenge as you're making comments about, areas of research and driving operations, driving research, that question, and yeah, that was, just speaking a little personally, that was one of the big draws about doing something that hasn't been done like this before. Yeah, it's exciting to be able to be for coming in where a lot of legwork has been done before I got here, and now it's actually we're stepping things up and becoming operational. And so the challenges, which I like to call opportunities, now that come with that, as we're starting to roll things out, and the draft operations plan, and then having these discussions about the research and how those tie together and work together, and how I like to call it, this is a working research forest, I guess is how I like to, the phrase I kind of for myself, kind of like to call it, because that's what it is. We have we have the research side, but we're also expected to be a working forest. So yeah, I'm just excited about the prospects of that. There's going to be, lots of opportunities to work through about how that's going to work over time. But yeah, I'm just excited about that. We're actually, and I think everybody else in this room is too, that have been involved with this over time to actually see this moving forward. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there.
We're hearing from the chat that our audio is spotty. So all I can offer is that I'm sorry about that.
I'm sitting right by the thing.
Yeah.
So
Is it still
so
on?
speak louder.
Should we speak up?
I need to speak louder, sit in front of it.
If we speak loud and clear, maybe that will help. But I think we're ready for Matt to begin his presentation.
We are.
Okay, Matt Betts, we're ready for you.
All right. Hi, everybody. Thanks for taking the time to hear about some of our proposed work. Let me know if you have trouble seeing any of this. Can you see my screen okay?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. How about now?
You see your presenter slides.
Oh, you can. Okay. How about this?
Perfect.
Better? Okay. So yeah, thanks again for inviting me. I'm Matt Betts. I'm a professor in the College of Forestry. I think I've met at least several of you and been involved with the Elliott for a number of years now. Today, I'm just going to talk about a proposal that a group of us have recently written to NASA. I can't say that I'm tremendously optimistic about the proposal, but we'll see. We were very pleased with the way the proposal worked out, but given federal funding, there's always an open question as to how things will go. So today, as all of you know, monitoring going forward at a research forest is an extremely important thing to do. And we're going to talk about a remote sensing based and modeling based approach to doing some monitoring, particularly of habitats and biodiversity at the Elliott. So, two main things I want to cover. I'm going to give you some background on how we've implemented some of these technologies in the past. And then I'm going to walk you through the three major objectives of our NASA proposal. So the history of this goes way back, actually, to 20 years ago when I was finishing my PhD in Eastern Canada. And back then, I was really interested in trying to develop some of the first distribution models for species in forest mosaics. And so back then, believe it or not, we were using air photo forest inventory to map distributions of species. And, a lot of people, when I teach my class on biodiversity, a lot of people ask, well, what is good habitat? And, my rote answer now is that there's no such thing as good habitat, right, for all species. It's a species-specific concept. And these maps have been really valuable in showing that. So this is one species of forest warbler, black burning warbler. You can see the outline of a national park here in dark black. Probability of occurrence goes from low white to high red. These are really common in the literature now and in management. So the next species I'm going to show you is common yellowthroat. And it just hammers home this idea of the importance of quantifying species-specific habitat from a landscape perspective. And almost complete reversals, isn't it, in the distribution of habitat between these species. And that's because the first one is a late seral species, and the second one is very much an early seral, clear-cut associated, disturbance-associated species. So that was the beginning of our group getting interested in remote sensing ways of quantifying habitat. And now I'm going to jump forward actually nearly 20 years to when we did the same thing for this pilot area of Eastern Canada, but using a much more extensive data set on the distributions of species and their population trends. And then, of course, nowadays, Landsat data, the world's probably most common remote sensing data set, is now freely available and easy to access using platforms like Google Earth Engine. So we utilize those data and these distributional data to take this research to the next step. So just a very quick primer, Landsat data has 6 visible bands. And the idea was to use these visible bands as a way of predicting distributions of species. And we use a machine learning approach, presence-only modeling to do that. And these models are very flexible. They allow interactions between these reflectances. They allow nonlinearities. And so AI, you can think of these as AI-based models. And so we did this to model the distribution of 54 species. In addition, and this is a contribution of a co-author of mine, Ziqiang Yang, we've been using an approach called CCDC, Continuous Change Detection and Classification. And the neat thing about this is you're not just using the reflectance data from those 6 visible bands, you're actually using temporal trends in those reflectances. So the foresters among you know that, well, everyone knows that all different plant species have different phenologies. So you can use that as information to help inform distributions. And also different ways of managing the land have different trajectories of change over years. So those can be used as additional information in modeling distributions. So it's a really interesting approach that's been quite successful in improving the prediction success of these distribution models. So now I'm going to show you a video of, and the cool thing about Landsat data, of course, is that it goes all the way back to 1985 and then is updated actually about every 30 days, but really we've been using it on an annual basis. So this enables you to backcast to see how much habitat there is for different species all the way back to 85. and also quantify each year going forward how much habitat there is for a species under different management regimes. So this is Blackburnian warbler again. It's kind of the poster child for late successional forest in this part of eastern North America. Yellow here is high probability of occurrence, blue is low, and you can see over time how forest management is affecting the distribution of the species. And unfortunately, this one isn't a good news story. But based on some of these models, the New Brunswick government in Canada has been increasing their protected areas and giving more attention to the management of the species. So this is another video for boreal chickadee. Again, you can see how important species-specific habitat distributions are, very differently distributed to Blackburnian, associated with mature coniferous forest, boreal forest. And you can see how that habitat's changing over time. So these videos just give you some idea of what's possible using this backcasting approach. Of course, we can quantify how habitat changes over time across all these different species. And although, most of these are sort of bad news stories, it's also a tool that could be used to measure how effective restoration treatments are, or how good forest management is at creating early sterile habitat for species. And so you could imagine a situation where a policy is implemented in 2020 and you start seeing rebounds in these habitat areas for these different late successional species. So the modelers among you are probably saying that's all well and good, but these are just maps, and how do you know that they're valid and they actually predict anything at all? And just a quick word on the fact that we validate these models by holding out independent data and then testing the model on them to get measures of prediction success. In this case, we were very lucky to have these long-term, actually 60-year surveys of bird populations along the orange squiggles you can see there. These are breeding bird survey routes that are implemented all across North America. And it ended up being an independent data set that we could test the question of whether habitat loss results in actual population changes in species. So I won't bother you with the statistical details here, but in the end, we can test the degree to which each species population is affected by habitat change along those orange squiggles. And the answer is that for a vast majority of species, these models work really well at predicting population change, which is really the thing that's of interest when it comes to wildlife managers and forest managers. And we've tried some of these methods in different jurisdictions. This is my grad student, Rosana Macedo from Paraguay, and she's been interested in how tropical species like this bat, how their habitat has changed over time. Paraguay is a well-known instance of very high rates of forest loss over time. So yeah, these are transferable, these models. And then also my colleague Yang has been using similar approaches to look at carbon change over time. And again, I won't bore you with these details, but if we have above ground biomass inventories, in this case, it was from permanent sample plots across New Brunswick, we can use similar methods, in this case, a random forest algorithm to model above ground carbon and then backcast for carbon change. So these models performed pretty well. Again, it's just above ground, not below ground. I'm sorry, Tom DeLuca, if you're listening, but we have quite good performance on held out field data. And then we can play games like this where we map the distribution of carbon change across broad spatial scales. And we're hoping to do this really for most of North America, but this was just an initial attempt to look at fine scale, 30-meter pixel resolution carbon change across all of Eastern Canada or Eastern New Brunswick. So that brings me to the NASA proposal we're doing. And the background on this particular call is that NASA really wanted this work to be not proof of concept, but an implementable approach, something that really puts a method in the hands of managers and then results in some sort of change when it comes to conservation of species or management of forests. So that was our task with writing this proposal. It was less focused on research per se and more focused on actually making results that are useful for the Elliott State Research Forest. So the first objective was to use Landsat data and in situ biodiversity data that we've already collected at the Elliott to build and backcast models of lots of species, 600 species in Oregon, to estimate habitat change. And the idea is, again, once these models are built, we can monitor each year going forward how habitat has changed for all these species. So I was just talking to a colleague of mine, Tal Levy, this morning about the fact that these data we've collected on biodiversity at the Elliott are quite likely one of the most extensive and intensive biodiversity data sets that we know of in forests worldwide. So this is all due to the work of a grad student, Maggie Hallerud and crew. And this was funded by NIFA, National Institute for Food and Agriculture, grant that we have. And so to cut a long story short, we had bioacoustics for birds, we had cover boards for amphibians, we had soil cores for soil fungi, blue vein traps for bees, camera traps for mammals, malaise traps for flying arthropods, and plant surveys as well done in fixed area plots. So it's just an incredible data set. Oh, bats as well, using bioacoustics. And Maggie's been in the lab really the last year and a half doing sequencing to turn these soil cores and malaise traps into actual data on species. So incredible existing data set that is to date underutilized because it's just coming to fruition. And this is the spatial distribution of all these areas across the landscape, all the white dots you can see in relation to forest age structure in the background. And, it's easy to look at these maps and go, oh, that looks easy. Why not go out and collect data at 210 sites across all this area? But a couple days, a group of us visited Maggie in her efforts. I just wanted to show a video of what this looks like. This is someone you might know well. Not easy. And so any approach to using remote sensing to do annual monitoring rather than going out into the field and recollecting data every year is something that should be useful. So this is just an example of some change data for the Elliott on marbled murrelet distributions using existing data. And you can see the distributions in 85, you can see the distributions in 2023, and then the change in the distributions over time. And thanks to Young for producing this map. So you can imagine, again, under the Habitat Conservation Plan, it being quite useful to know how habitat is changing under future management at the Elliott. As many of you know, the original theme for the Elliott from when Oregon State University proposed the management and research at the Elliott was this triad approach. I won't go into any details here, but what's neat about these models is that we could, regardless of what sub-watershed level treatments end up being implemented, we can track habitat for all these species across these different treatments, right? So this is a toy figure I've made on the right for this hermit warbler species. It's a late Searle associate. And you can imagine treatments being, a triad treatment, indigenous management treatment, extensive and intensive, and then maybe the reserve as well. So it just gives us the capacity to break down habitat change across different sub-watershed treatments or any level of any jurisdiction really we can look at. So the second objective is to try and improve these distribution models by incorporating existing data. And we've proposed in this case to use JEDI, which sounds really awesome and Star Warsy, but really it's satellite-based LiDAR data. And so a collaborator of ours, Sean Healy, is on the JEDI team. Again, sounds awesome. And he's been working with a postdoc that we co-advise, Eugene So, to try and stitch together these space-borne LiDAR for the whole planet and have a readily available product that could be used in distribution models. But for the Elliott, of course, we also have existing fine-scale LiDAR data, not from space, and those could be incorporated into distribution models to improve predictions. And what we'd like to do is to make the platform we develop flexible enough that you could include any new remotely sensed data and any new in situ biodiversity or wildlife data and look at their distributions and backcast as well to see how habitat has changed. So that brings us to the third objective then. It's the really, and this is the most important one, the knowledge transfer part. And so what we'd like to be able to do is to develop an app from which we can basically walk away and people at Department of State Lands and working formerly for the Elliott would have a GUI-based interface where they could upload XY coordinate data for their species of interest, upload any new remote sensing data, or just use Landsat, as I've shown you, and do distribution models for species, and then backcast, and then again, going forward each year, monitor how habitat's changing. So it's we're all overworked, and we love the idea of having something that's completely user-friendly and doesn't require Python and JavaScript programming knowledge. So that's the objective. That's this third objective. We're calling it Nature Watch. And so, yeah, you'll be able to do these sorts of quantifications, look at how habitat for species A versus species B has changed over time in relation to different treatments, and as well as any response variable like carbon. Yeah, so I won't go into these details because I don't want to steal from somebody else's time, but importantly, everything is open and transparent. You'll get evaluations of model performance, so we'll be providing workshops on how to interpret whether or not models are working and whether they're reliable. And then in a dream world where these data actually and results could be broadcast onto a public-facing platform so that anyone could look at how species A or species B has changed in a particular year, given different management types. So this is just some data from Rosanna Macedo, my grad student, who's showing that most biodiversity data are collected along roads. And this is a really big problem for monitoring biodiversity worldwide. But some of the methods we're presenting here enable quantification of how habitat changes well a long way away from roads and could be useful for a number of global schemes as well that require monitoring. So the Elliott could potentially be the sort of neat test case for how to make these models function and then make them user-friendly using these apps. And then hopefully this can be transferred to other parts of the world in quantifying how endangered a species is, the IUCN Red List, for example, or quantifying whether a country is meeting its targets under the Global Biodiversity Framework. That's the IPBES, Intergovernmental Panel for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. Or recently, the European Commission is proposing to ban forest products coming from countries that are degrading their forests or deforesting. So these methods can be used at broad scales in different jurisdictions to quantify these and test whether jurisdictions are adhering to these policies. So just to conclude then, as all of you know, the Elliott, I think going forward is built on one of the premises is adaptive management, which involves planning and implementing and then having transparent and accurate ways of monitoring the attributes that are of interest, be they biodiversity or carbon or many other values. And so I see these approaches as really essential for doing adaptive management at the Elliott. And for those reasons, I hope the project turns out to be funded. It would be a really fun thing to work on. So I hope I haven't taken up too much time. I'll stop sharing, and I'm happy to answer any questions that people have.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. If just a couple of questions for anybody with quick questions.
Maybe we could hold questions till the end, because we're a little bit over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I was just gonna ask Gordy and Dana if they just hang on for a moment or two, if you would, please, thanks. Any quick questions here? Matt, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And Dana and Gordy and Matt Powers, you have permissions, I think, to share. But I'm also happy to share your presentation if that's easy.
Right up there in a second. Yeah. All right. Which version are you seeing? Are you seeing our notes version or the presentation?
seeing your notes.
Okay, hold on. How about now?
Yep, you're good.
All right.
Okay.
So, yeah.
This is Gordy Reeves. Thanks for the opportunity to do this presentation. This is a proposal that we're putting forward. It was developed by an integrated group of folks here at OSU and with Chris Jordan at NOAA. Our expertise ranges from geomorphology and hydrology with Catalina to silviculture and Matt, and then the rest of us are some type of ecologist. Okay, so the issue we're dealing with is restoration, and in particular stream restoration. It's a major challenge particularly in the Coast Range with ESA listed species. And the challenge is dealing with the simplification of channels. And this simplification is in terms of loss of complexity and both the channel and the adjacent forest, and that latter part is something that we haven't dealt with very much in terms of restoration. And the loss of ecological processes that are really important. So our focus is on all of these, but the novel part of our effort is going to be on the last two here. And restoration has focused primarily on wood addition to streams and at the exclusion of the riparian areas, which means we're not really dealing with some key ecological processes here. So we are saying that, as a more comprehensive approach, we need to look at things differently, and we want to shift towards processes and whole quarter treatments. And this is the curve from the FEMAT work back when. And the idea is to re-engage these processes, reestablish them in the riparian areas, and ultimately have those be influence what goes on in the channel. And also the other aspect of this is going to be lateral connectivity, incorporating restoration so that we not only engage the channel, but we engage the connection with the adjacent floodplains. And that's going to be a key part of what we're going to do. And this is just showing what we're attempting to do, moving away from this in-channel type of restoration to a more comprehensive approach. And so that means working both in the adjacent riparian areas and then that re-engagement of the floodplain. Just to show, we've done some work on the Elliott, looking at potential study sites. But one of the things that we want to just say right out of the box is there's part of the Elliott we will not work in for this. We won't do any work for this project, and that's going to be the lower Umpqua. That lower Umpqua independent population, we've been told, has such low abundance that getting permits and permission to work in that area was going to be difficult. So we've moved forward without putting any of our study sites in that area. So the focus of the work will be on the Millicoma and the 10-mile population. We've identified study sites. We had particular criteria since we're focused on coho. And that's the less than 4% gradient areas of less than 4% gradient. Riparian forests we will be working in are less than 65 years of age as of 2020. And we needed to have a minimum of 400 meters of continuous stream that met those above criteria. So we've identified sites within the network already. And what will we do? Okay, in the riparian area, we're going to be thinning them to about 40 square feet of basal area per acre, leaving some of the largest trees. thinning is designed and also going to be focused on the restoration of red cedar, which had been a request that was made early on in the development of the Elliott by the tribes. I just want to say this is the first time an HCP has allowed this type of activity to occur. This was a long and arduous interaction with nymphs to get to this point. We think it was, and it's really important, an important advancement, and opens up a lot of opportunities for us here. A minimum of somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 18% of the volume of the trees that are removed from the riparian area will be devoted to the channel. We should note that not all the remainder, not all that are left, the balance of the trees won't be left necessarily in the riparian area. There was concern about Douglas fir beetle and movement of wildlife. And the idea here is that wood additions will be focused on engaging the floodplain and side channels, not just in creating habitat in the main channel, but engaging those lateral portions of the stream network, which are, from an ecological perspective, are really critical. As I just said, this is a novel approach in that we've been given the permission to do active management within the riparian areas. And this was the first time that it's been allowed in an HCP. So I'm going to turn it over to Matt, and he's going to talk about more of the treatments in detail.
Thanks, Gordy. Important context here is that when we look at reference late successional and old growth riparian forests and compare them to reference late successional and old growth upland forests, the riparian forests are lower in those reference riparian forests are lower in density and higher in gap fraction, higher in canopy gappiness, essentially, than the upland forests. But kind of our past management history and current policy has contributed to sort of a greater departure from that condition in, young plantation era riparian forests. So what we want to do in these 400-meter long or about 1,300-foot long study reaches is treat a 200-foot wide patch on each side of that study reach with a variable density thinning treatment, or you might hear it referred to as thinning with skips and gaps. Whereas Gordy said we would thin the matrix of these, 200-foot wide strips on each side of our study reaches down as low as 40 square feet per acre of basal area, incorporate a couple of gaps, larger multi-tree canopy gaps on each side of the stream within those thinned areas, and also retain some unharvested leaf islands within those thinned areas. And then the idea is to come through and underplant western red cedar in the gaps and in portions of the thinned matrix. And we would ideally sort of preferentially retain deadwood in those areas we are planning on planting, because one of the big impediments to western red cedar regeneration is deer and elk browse, particularly elk browse. And there's some recent work in the region and elsewhere that suggests natural fencing from deadwood can help promote that red cedar establishment and development in forest understories. And then as Gordy indicated, the other place we'd be sort of preferentially retaining deadwood would be the stream channel itself. So a portion of that removed volume would be retained in the stream channel, and then in these areas we were planning on planting to provide natural fencing. And the idea is essentially to accelerate the development of complex multi-layered canopies, retain lower branches on some of these trees in these riparian areas so that maybe they can develop into big branches for miralets in the future, and get this western red cedar kind of understory tree component established, and hopefully learn about how better to promote restoration of complex multi-layered gappy riparian forest structures through these experimental treatments, while simultaneously providing the in-stream benefits for our aquatic friends.
Thanks, Matt. So our assessments are going to focus on this sort of suite of processes. As Gordy mentioned, we're really interested in restoring process, but we are also interested in specific species. Obviously, coho are a focal species in this region, and so that's a place where we'll put a lot of our effort in terms of monitoring. We're also really interested in Pacific lamprey, and then we'll be monitoring in particular as a focal species these western red cedar, which are ecologically important and have also been identified as being culturally important. So I just want to give you a brief timeline of this is what we're sort of thinking. We have a before after control impact study design, the sort of classic study design. So the light brown tan is the before, and then the blue is the post. And then we would have treatment sites in red and then reference sites in green here. And the idea is that we would have a mix of sites between the Millicoma River Basin and Tama Lakes Basin in this sort of first phase of the study. And ideally, we're thinking about having reference reaches upstream, but then we would have a separate unmanipulated reference site that is entirely a sort of separate one long-term reference. We've been talking to folks at Kuswa, and we're starting to engage with folks at 10 Mile Lakes about also trying to build in a standard practice treatment, because one of the things that is novel here is this whole corridor restoration, but it's really important to understand how that restoration fits or its response relative sort of to current standard best practices. And so we really wanted to be able to build in adding sites that address that. And this next figure sort of highlights that. So the blue and so the red are the sites that Gordy had mentioned that have that less than 5%, less than 4% habitat. The blue are areas where the forest is less than 65 years of age. And what I'm highlighting here in this inset is where we have forests that are between 65 and 100 years of age. So we can't do any of our proposed riparian thinning, but they have the other abiotic characteristics that are really important and that we can use then to do these additional pieces. As I said, we've met with folks from Kuswa. One of the things that came out of our meetings was that they have a long-term life cycle monitoring program down in the Palouse system. So we actually pulled those out of our sites. And so this is just to, again, highlight that this is something that we're really trying to co-develop with people and do in a way that's meaningfully engaged with other folks who are doing work on the system. The other thing that we really wanted to think about was incorporating forest management. So the Coast Range is dominated by forest management. So these areas that have coho in them also have a lot of forest management. And so we want to be able to think about these restorations in the context of forest management. A lot of the time, if you're doing forest management, you're already down there in those systems, near at least those riparian zones. And so the question is, can we leverage that? And so we've actually talked to, Matt in particular is engaged with Ryan, and we've talked briefly with Ryan about trying to incorporate some of these some of these questions into, and some of these restorations into explicit management. And that's where these gaps are, that's where these wings, we're calling them, become really important. So we have our riparian treatment areas and then potential areas of upslopes treatment that we want to incorporate that into that, again, in this sort of this phase 2 a little bit further down the line, but we're really thinking about how to incorporate this into a management context. I just want to highlight some of the value of this work. Again, we're testing this novel process-based restoration of whole corridors. We're not thinking about just the stream or just the riparian zone. These are whole ecosystems that are inextricably engaged with each other, even though we haven't been treating them that way from a restoration perspective. We're trying to engage with multiple stakeholders. This research obviously creates multiple educational opportunities, both to fund students and engage with students, but more broadly from sort of an extension perspective, reaching out and sort of making this a real demonstration opportunity. And then this has, linking to that, this has implications beyond the Elliott, right? So we're really testing this novel integrated forest stream restoration that we think is going to be really effective longer term, and more broadly applicable. And then it can ultimately inform our practices and policies around riparian forest management and how we approach that. It also has a bunch of additional opportunities, thinking about things like the size and composition of riparian conservation areas and how that might link to water quality and quantity. I want to, in the interest of time, I'll skip over a couple of these, but I really want to highlight that there's real potential here to engage with other folks from OSU doing other work, right? So some of the stuff Matt had laid out about habitat, we'll be changing habitat so we can maybe look at some of those pieces, and you'll hear from Meg briefly about some of their work. And I think that this is the kind of project that can integrate or at least dovetail with a lot of that other work. And the other thing is that as of right now, we have those focal organisms, sort of our 3 focal organisms, but there's a lot of other species we can be looking at. And it's an opportunity, once we have the plan and have these restorations in place, to be able to bring in other researchers who are interested in other components of the system. And yeah, with that, if there's time, I'll take questions. I think we're at just about 15 minutes, so we're
1 minute over.
Yeah. So we can also catch people at the end. Thanks.
Yeah.
Hi, Gordy. Good to see you again. 2 questions for you guys. One is, have you considered looking at beaver sites as potential reference sites as part of this study? And the second is, what kind of murrelet and spotted owl surveys are you going to do in the riparian areas where you're felling trees?
So as of right now, in terms of I'll take the second one first. We don't currently have plans for marbled murrelet surveys, but Meg and Jen are just down the hall, and we've been talking about trying to coordinate with them with some of their work around murrelets. So, or do you mean the pre-restoration surveys?
Yeah, I think the concern is potentially impacting any occupied areas and trees.
Well, so all of these systems are with forests that are less than 65 years of age. So we explicitly aren't, but the HCP doesn't allow us to go into older forests. So within those 400-meter reaches, and actually a lot of them are quite a bit larger, those forests are all young, uniform forests. So I think we could certainly do, I mean, that will be part of that pre-treatment data, those pre-treatment data assessments, and a specific site identification. But I expect that with those really young, really uniform forests, that will not be a significant portion. And then I'll let Gordy touch on the.
Well, I think I would think about this in the long term. We're hoping to create larger trees as a result of the thinning operation that will in the future be habitat for murrelets. Because that's one of our functions, one of our desires is to get larger trees for both recruitment to the channel, but then for other ecological purposes.
And in terms of beaver, as of right now, we don't have explicit beaver sites. I think that would be part of a larger suite of surveys. I don't know that they would function as a true reference, because for the purposes of the BACI study, what we want to do is look at sites that weren't restored and compare them to those or sections that were. But I think we could certainly use those areas that if they have beaver as a sense of what that system might look like if it has greater degrees of engagement. So we've definitely thought about the beaver piece. For the purposes of this experiment, we're not building beaver into that. But that's something we're aware of and a number of people have brought up. So it's something we've thought about. Good questions. Sorry, hopefully, and I'm happy to have individual further conversations with folks to dial in if you want more detail.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can hand it off to Meg and Jen, and I just want to apologize to the audience for the very weird, although artistic camera operations we have in here. We're using Owl for the first time, and it seems to want to focus solely on Ryan Singleton.
Yeah.
So that's good.
We're aware of it and not sure what to do about it.
Very photogenic.
Yeah. Megan, Jen, if you're willing to share your slides, okay, great.
Hi, everyone. Hang on just a minute. I'm going to get us set up here.
Yeah, and as Jen gets set up, I'll just say hi from my side too, and just mention that Jen will be leading the charge on our presentation. Thanks all.
Well, thanks everyone for the invitation to present today. This is some work that we've been mulling over for several years. And so it's a nice chance to be able to kind of talk through it today. I'm Jen Guerrero. I'm a program manager here at Oregon State University, and I'm also a PhD student. This is not my PhD research, but for those of you that know me already, I tend to have my hand in basically anything that's Merlet related. So I'm going to be talking through a study that we have been thinking through. It's a collaborative study that's been developed by multiple groups, both here at OSU and outside as well. From disturbance ecologists, landscape ecologists, specific Merlet biologists, and also upper canopy ecologists as well. And that is looking at these nuanced responses to edge habitat for the marble Merlet. So I'm sure you all are so well versed in the Merlet because everybody loves the Merlet. But just in case you aren't, this is a seabird species that lives on the coast all the way from about mid-California all the way up through the Aleutian Islands. Here in Oregon, we have a relatively stable population, but they are listed as threatened and endangered. And about 48% or about half of the Elliott is actually a designated occupied or marble Merlet habitat. So the Elliott's often referred to as a real hotspot for marble Merlet. Like I mentioned, they are a seabird species. They're pretty incredible. They will travel up to 50 miles inland to nest on mature and old growth forests. And the reason it's mature and old growth is unlike other forest dwelling species, they don't actually build a nest. They find really wide branches with a nice moss, or one of my colleagues, the upper canopy ecologist, always corrects me, epiphyte pads that are on top of these wide branches, and they actually will just lay a single egg and incubate it for about 30 days and then rear a chick for about 30 more days before the chick heads back out to the ocean. So it's a really cool species. And one of the big concerns we have in the interior habitat is both the loss of habitat itself and also the fragmentation or kind of creation of edge habitat. So this is actually a photo taken on the Elliott, but not of the Elliott. It's facing away in kind of the surrounding lands. And you can really see kind of the patchwork landscape that there is surrounding the Elliott. We have very recent clear cuts and also plantations starting to come in. And one of the big concerns for Merlets is the creation of some additional edge habitat through our harvest practices. So the reason this is a concern is that these edge habitats and this fragmentation will actually potentially expose Merlets that are nesting in the edge regions to increased avian predators, but also it's more on the front line of some of the environmental changes and potential solar heat stress, things like that. So the ideal way that we would run this study would be find a whole bunch of nests on a bunch of different edge types and monitor those nests and see if they're successful or if they fail and what the cause of the failure was, and really start to piece together what are those actual edge effects and how do they impact Merlets. But for anybody that has studied Merlets or read about Merlets, there's a reason we have a lot of questions still about Merlets, in that they are incredibly hard to track inland. It can take millions of dollars just to find a single nest. And so perhaps it's no surprise then that in the state of Oregon, we only have 100 known nesting locations. And 11 of those are on the Elliott, but there are probably many, in fact, there are definitely many, many more than just those. The other element is that the fate of those nests that we even know about are only known for a fraction of those nests. So it starts to get really difficult to say anything from a statistical perspective about the impacts of different edge types on the murrelets. And there have been studies that have looked at edge impacts on murrelets. Most of them have been done up in British Columbia, so rather than up in Canada, rather than down here. And so different forest types, different impacts of edge, potentially increased problems with solar stress here as opposed to up there. So there's not too many studies that have looked at this, but there are a couple, and they have provided us some of the guidance that we have today that's filtering into our policy and management. So some of the other studies have actually provided some kind of conflicting information. And one of the reasons we think this might be is there might actually be potentially both positive and negative impacts towards the murrelet of being on this edge type habitat. Among the negative impacts are predation risk. So as you create a hard edge through a harvest, perhaps, you have proximity to human activity. There's also, the berries and shrubs start to fill in, and corvids or crows, jays, things like that will come, in theory, be attracted by the berries and stay for the murrelet chicks, unfortunately. You've also got these microclimate changes. I mentioned that the moss layer, the epiphyte layer, it provides a healthy platform for the murrelets to lay their nest. Closer to the edge, you might have a decrease in that epiphyte platform. You might also have some heat stress concerns for nesting murrelets that are right along the edge as well. Wind throw can be potentially a positive, potentially a negative. We primarily talk about it as a negative as it chips away and you get a little bit of lost habitat along those edges. But one of the positives actually potentially leads into this structural development, which Dana and his team just kind of talked about a little bit about creating some structural characteristics. This is especially important in areas that you're trying to restore. Douglas fir, if they're not getting solar exposure to their lower branches, they will actually shed those lower branches and they won't actually develop into the structures that murrelets need to nest on. The other is that the other potential positive is that we do have studies that have looked at the way murrelets use actually roadways and streamways as potential navigation and highways kind of going in and out of the coast. So the studies that have come before may have kind of mixed results because there might be different impacts, particularly at different scales. So generally at larger scales, landscape level scales, fragmentation has some kind of negative associations, but there may be some kind of local scale impacts that are potentially beneficial. This is all pretty questionable and something that really we're still looking at. So what we are, one other thing is there are also different types of edge. From a policy and a management standpoint, we focus a lot on these harvest associated edges, and we talk a lot about clear cuts, but there are also thinning projects. There are, various types of harvest associated edges. There are natural edges, and the study that was done up in Canada actually found a positive association with natural edges, those natural edges being more beneficial to murrelets. And then one of the things that really hasn't been talked about a lot is topographic edges. So here, if you look at this image of the Elliott, you've got trees that basically have almost their entire profile exposed because of the topographic variability in the landscape. And we often, when we talk about murrelets and adding protections, what we do, I'm going to take a step back on a slide real quick to show you here. What we normally do is we add a 100-meter buffer around the marble murrelet habitat, and that's to kind of reduce the impacts of the edge effect. Now, if you go over a ridge, for example, the question becomes, are you really protecting the habitat that you're intending? If you have more exposure from topography, maybe you still got more proximity to predators, just from a horizontal distance perspective. So there's lots of different types of edges, lots of questions still that remain to be asked about edge effects that actually provide a very grounded, local, and applicable way to manage for the species. In some areas, we may need bigger edges bigger buffers, and in some areas, maybe the buffers are not as useful in those areas. So we can really start to tailor our management decisions based on some of these more localized factors. Now, this is a very applied question, and it's really, really important that we get the question right and in a way that it can be applied by both land managers and also from a regulatory and a protection and conservation perspective as well. So we are proposing to do this study in a few different parts. And the first part is actually an engaged and collaborative research design. So the designing of this study and the exact measures that are being taken, which primarily focus on, the predators and the microclimate and how that's designed, we're proposing to actually do that in a collaborative way. And that's working, starting with tribes, of course, as tribes, if this is identified as a priority for them, but we're working also with land managers, so DSL, ODF, U.S. Forest Service, and BLM. We talked to all of them, with the exception of DSL, which we're talking to today, within the last week. And this is a big priority for folks. Then also talking to fish and wildlife managers. And so our colleagues over at Fish and Wildlife Service and ODFW, really making sure that we can design this in a way that will be tractable for folks and ask the questions that people need in order to do management on the landscape. We also have the Pacific Seabird Group. They're the ones that are really designing the surveys and making those recommendations. And we have a couple of them that are actually on this group helping design the study. So the first step of the study is actually a series of meetings to identify these priorities and really the applicable measures of the effects. The next step is implementation. So this is actually testing the edges, moving from the edge inward towards the murrelet habitat. We're looking at hopefully testing harvest edges, natural edges, and topographic edges, looking at these indicators of predators, microclimate, structure, doing some ARU surveys for murrelets, but also doing some epiphyte and some canopy sampling as well. This would be a study that was in collaboration with the USDA equipment grant that's currently at OSU, so it kind of is able to take advantage of those additional funds for equipment itself. And then part 3 would be these collaborative deliverables. So ongoing engagement allows us to tailor the deliverables into these tractable measures for both land managers and wildlife managers as well. So this in part would be in support of the HCP. This establishes some parameters for future harvest activities. Just taken directly from the HCP, there is already this anticipation of future research that's relevant for the impacts of forest management. This gives us, as management starts happening on the Elliott, this gives us some tractable measures to actually look at the impacts of our different management activities on the Elliott and these impacts from an edge perspective. So finally, I just wanted to, if you know me, I'm all about murrelets all the time. But this is an opportunity to just take that first initial step. This is a relatively small project when we're talking about murrelets, but it's a first step in potentially building a murrelet research program. And there are opportunities for collaborations with ongoing research. So the Forest Service and the Siuslaw, they're already doing some predator monitoring along some of their edge habitats, and it ties in really nicely to stuff that they are doing currently. You just heard from Gordy and Dana and Matt Powers and others about their river corridor experiment. And there's some opportunities to potentially put some bioacoustic or get some bioacoustic data, some audio data, and look at kind of before and after and how predators potentially increase in area or not. And then my actual PhD work is looking at nest stand development and disturbance study. And this is actually going to known nest stands and looking at their development history through time And the hope is that we can actually replicate some of this development and the disturbance, the natural disturbance, but also the stewardship disturbance in restoration sites. So as we're converting plantation sites moving forward. And on the Elliott, there are 11 known murrelet nest sites that we've been eyeing and looking at, and hopefully getting that information that kind of informs that directly for the Elliott as well. But the hope is in the long term run, there's this hope to build a larger Marbre murrelet monitoring program. There's a lot of impacts that happen both from the ocean and climate that can actually impact the inland occupancy. So murrelet's even decision to come in and breed, maybe that decision might even happen all the way out in the ocean. And so being able to kind of monitor specific sites through time as a long-term study, there's potential for that going forward. We're not proposing all of that today, but we're just kind of talking about it as an initial step in potentially what could be some great murrelet research on the Elliott. And I want to thank you all again. You're welcome to contact either Meg or I, and if you have any questions, we'll be happy to take those.
Questions? Jennifer, I have one. You mentioned that there were, I believe you said there were 11 known sites on the Elliott. And that also the Elliott population was not currently threatened or in terms of specifically, I think you mentioned something along those lines to begin with. So what would the anticipated number of nesting sites in the Elliott have to be to support the Elliott population that you know exists?
Oh gosh, I'm not sure I have an answer for you there. So I will say this species is threatened and endangered, and it is listed in Oregon as such. It was in 2019, I believe, uplisted to endangered in the state of Oregon. But relative to places like in Washington, the population has been relatively stable, not increasing, but relatively stable. We don't know what that nesting propensity really needs to be in the Elliott to support the population that we do have. That would be the hope that we could build into that long-term monitoring, is getting a better idea of what that occupancy is for the Elliott and how that's changing through time. And then being able to kind of look, there are interannual surveys that the Forest or the Fish and Wildlife Service supports offshore. And there are surveys happening every other year that are doing counts, both of the murrelets and the productivity. So the chicks that are headed out to sea. So those happen every other year offshore. Being able to tie those to some inland occupancy measures that are done on a long-term basis could be really cool.
I have just a comment, something I was gonna maybe touch on a little later, but I'm always interested in what kind of social science questions there are that also could be probed in the Elliott. And I just want to comment that your collaborative research effort is one that, maybe touching base with folks from a social science standpoint to say, what might you be tracking on right now? And so that you can capture like what's working well with that, what lessons learned along the way, because I think that's a really interesting social science facet to what you're doing. So
agreed, Jennifer. When eventually my PhD is done, you'll see that half the PhD is social science and half of it is biophysical. So we're working on crossing that divide already.
Thumbs up from Jennifer.
That warms my heart.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Dr. Richard Waring, and I'll get your presentation set up, but I'm wondering if we might crack the door in here. That it's becoming kind of a sweat lodge scenario.
Thanks for the prompt, Emma.
Yeah.
The board has lost control already.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning. Just one moment.
If you don't like this pattern in the background, it's picked out by AI and it said you'd like it. I personally don't, but you probably don't know me because officially I retired 25 years ago. But for about 30 years, I had funding from NASA, and I served a couple of years at NASA headquarters. So in theory, I'm supposed to know what's still going on. And most of what I'm going to talk about is an opportunity to invite scientists to work on the Elliott and not cost you anything other than investments you were already going to make. And those scientists that I have already contacted are in Germany, Italy, Canada, and Australia. So there's interest out there, as well as from other places in the United States. And so this is, I want to tell you what's special about the Elliott and why NASA in particular could be, should be interested in advertising the opportunities. And Emma will now let me see the next slide.
Emma, do you want me to do the slides?
I got it.
Gotta get this stuff over on that counter real quick.
Well, Richard, we're having lunch delivered right this second, so just pause for a moment. I'll let you know when to
Sure.
resume.
Thank you very much. Since it's chaos.
Thank you. Okay, I think you can keep going.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Good, can you hear us? You can keep going now.
Okay.
Okay, sorry
Well,
about that.
we had a project in the early 90s, late 80s, where NASA flew every plane they had, and we had an addition, our own lightweight aircraft and the Canadian aircraft across total gradient in forest productivity in Oregon. So I'm going to make a statement based on some of that experience, and that is that the Elliott is the most stable vegetation type in Oregon. And the only competition in the Northwest is the Olympic rainforest. And that's because you get such a large amount of rain that even if it were cut 30 or 40%, you'd still have fairly stable vegetation type. It might not grow quite as fast, but it shouldn't be changing radically in composition. And I'm going to show you in the next slide, which I won't go to yet, that you have existing data or commitments for data that make it really special for not only NASA, but for around the world. Compared to, say, tropical rainforest or other places in Australia. It's also a place where you can both test and validate, because you have set up for monitoring in such a way that you can check and initialize the models, and then you can actually see whether those models are accurate every decade from what you're planning to do. So these combinations of things, including the size of the forest and the control on the management, you could consider the other three major forests in the United States, or actually four. There's one in the Northeast, there's one in North Carolina, Coweta. There's one in Oregon, the H.G. Andrews, and they're varying from, say, 1,000 acres, 4,000 acres, 15,000 acres, and then the Elliott, 83,000 acres. So you can see there's really an opportunity of scaling. And I think there's an opportunity to have more research done on this forest than even I could dream of. Next slide, please.
Sorry.
That's okay. Well, here's some combinations. There's two major things. Matt Betts mentioned to you that NASA had LiDAR, but their LiDAR, there's 3 of them on the space shuttle and International Space Shuttle. And those pulses come down from that space shuttle once every football field in a straight line. And they fill in the gaps using Landsat or the equivalent. So they're like one shot every football field. In combination, the flight that you have is 10 centimeters. That's a third of a foot, a cubic third of a foot, wall to wall. You might even be able to pick up down wood if it's big enough, if it changes over time. And that's something almost unique. It was flown also at Coweta in North Carolina and also on the Andrews. So those are the other places they've had this kind of, some of these kinds of measurements. The second thing you have, which is really critical, is the goal of putting out 20 meteorological stations. And without that, the ability to predict precipitation on the Elliott is off by maybe 30 to 40%. There just aren't enough stations around. If you get those stations up and running, even for a year, then the maps of precip and other environmental variables suddenly increase to about 5 meters, 15 feet. And that allows you to do all kinds of marvelous modeling that you couldn't do otherwise. Next slide, please, Emma. This is taken from the Andrews, but take a good look at that 2.5 mile range. You can see the height of individual trees, and you can see through the canopy where the densest foliage is. And in this case, it's often near the ground, but you catch all the foliage from the very, very top of the tree all the way down to the ground. And that knowledge of how much foliage there is, of course, if you had a fire, you'd change it, but that knowledge of how much total foliage there is varies from 1 layer to 12 layers. Next slide, please. And here's the problem that NASA folks face. If you looked on the right-hand side, the MODIS satellite estimates stop at 7 because passive radiation reflected from the sun saturates at about 6 or 7 layers of leaves. But if we go out there and actually measure the amount of leaves or the amount of light that comes through the canopy and use Beer's law, you know there's at least a maximum of 12 and maybe 13 layers of leaves in the densest forest in Oregon. And the only other places we've got that dense of forest is plantations of our species in Scotland. So I've been there and it is really dense. If you look at the relationship in the middle, you can see we have a model that predicts how many layers of leaves there are. And then we have to use the Forest Service inventory analysis and their mean annual increment at 3,500 different plots, little plots. And on the average, we get a pretty good relationship between the number of layers of leaves in a forest and the productivity. So there's a possibility on the Elliott of using the data you collected from LiDAR to test these models more rigorously and follow change over time. If the climate becomes less favorable, you're going to have less leaves. And so the total amount of leaves intercepted by the pulse of LiDAR are going to be less. Next slide, please. Emma. When you get really good data for meteorological stations, as they did at Coweta on the 4,000 acres, you can do things that you can't otherwise do. And that is you can predict daily stream flow almost as accurately, not quite, as you can measure it. And if you know the height of the trees, you can get a pretty good estimate of how much wood is below ground, how much woody material. And this is really critical because in Oregon, for example, shallow landslides begin and are most likely about 8 to 9 years after the forest has been cut. And that's because the coarse roots rot out and suddenly you don't have the strength. So what they'll map on these forests is the rooting strength. And it's based on how many trees you have and what their heights are and when was the last disturbance. And so if you want to predict landslides and then test to see whether the landslides actually occur, when they occur, where they occur, you need to have that meteorological data that the Elliott's getting on 83,000 acres. So that's really a marvelous contribution to science and to be able to test, and maybe quite important because you could model it and maybe not build the roads or do the same kind of construction in one place that you might have planned. Next slide, please. These models are process models for growth. So they take into account the environment and how photosynthesis takes place, and then how carbon is allocated to leaves, to stems, to branches, and to roots. And that changes with species, it changes with the size of a tree, it changes with whether you thin the forest and they have short branches or long branches. But once you do that, these are in plantations in Brazil. Once you do that, you can predict the actual growth of the forest and roots and basal area and total growth as accurately as you can measure it. So the firms that own the land in these plantations in Brazil, they record very carefully the meteorological data. They know the soils and they know the genetic clone of eucalyptus. And with that, they no longer have to go out very often and actually measure the growth of trees, because even without LiDAR, they're able to take into account what will happen if they fertilize for 2 years more, what happens if they harvest 4 years, and what happens when they have a drought. All those effects are built into the models. And there's probably 50 to 60 models, but most of them are based on very similar principles. Next slide, please, Emma. So here's the takeaway that I see, and we can talk about it and ask questions. You've got not a unique setup, but a very special setup in terms of the quality of data and the size of the forest and the variation in topography and climate. And it's stable. At least it looks like it's more stable than anywhere else in Oregon. And in a decade, if it's possible, if you fly LiDAR again, maybe not even at the same resolution that you did this time, then all the models can be tested, predicted against observed for every year in between. And so that kind of commitment, if you make it, would really be valuable for attracting scientists to this site. And of course, your web page is going to be absolutely critical, because you've got 3 different audiences that you're trying to reach. The scientists need quick access and approval for their proposed studies so they can have that and go to NASA or other funding agency. The stakeholders need it so they can see what in the world's going on there and what difference does it make. And the public needs it because they're interested not only in how much funds they can get off the forest, but also what's going on there and what difference does it make. So lots of interviews, lots of videos, lots of opportunities for creative writing and participation of different people. So those three things, the data bank gets set up, the med stations get up, LiDARs, again, I see a huge future for national and international research on the forest. That's my takeaway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Board? Comments?
Everybody thinking about lunch?
No, I think it's really interesting. There's just a lot to digest in all of these presentations. It's really helpful. Thank you.
I have one general question that could apply to all the presenters is, have tribes been involved in the processes of developing these ideas to date? And if we're lucky enough to have them go forward, because they're all terrific, what's anticipated in terms of tribal cooperation on these research projects?
I think that, I don't know if there are researchers on who can answer that. I think Gordy spoke to it a bit with Western Red Cedar Restoration, but anybody on the phone or on the virtual that wants to step in there?
Well, we've attempted to engage with the tribes. One of the problems is there's been a large turnover of personnel, and we haven't been able to do it consistently. But I know in our initial designs of our study, we had some pretty intensive discussion, particularly with the cruise group, and we assumed going forward we would want to continue to do that.
I can answer for us, in that we have not flown our research past the tribes yet in any sort of formal fashion. It's been an ongoing conversation. We are working with the CT Clusi on another project and the Siletz on potential merlet restoration work. And so we have those research relationships already happening. And I guess we're working with the Grand Ronde on another project as well. Or we've been in communication with them about another project as well. But I think for us specifically, this is something that's really a lot of the reason why we wanted, in addition to speaking with land managers, we really want to take a slow approach on the wind up and make sure that we are providing enough time for the proper engagement and really these conversations to occur.
Thank you, Jen.
I think that's another interesting, just like process policy thing, like with no research design set up for the forest and starting to receive research proposals. What is the land board, DSL staff, our board's expectations around tribal engagement? Like, is that something that, you know, I think there should be process and guidelines around that. And just another vote for, there's a lot to figure out. And what is, you know, we're receiving proposals today. Is the land board and DSL ready to move forward with saying yes to proposals? Or is there more, like, are we gonna set up a consortium prior and just making sure we're being respectful to everyone's time and transparent about process seems really vital.
Yeah, I mean, and this is where, this isn't really a land board space. this is more, when we do have budget for the next biennium, what is this board and what is DSL, what do you want to do in supporting the research that's been proposed through the operations plan? What can we do fiscally on the money end? And those are more next, June conversations to have on that. But I think like getting your reactions to a little more depth than, there's summaries of all the research in the operations plan, but a little more depth from the researchers on what they're doing and why and the value proposition. And then is there other stuff like the coordination with tribes that you want researchers to know and you want us to know as an agency? That is the idea, is to, come out with we'll have a budget, we don't have it yet, but come out with an approach to how we allocate our funds that stands up research on the forest or includes that.
I would like to build on what you said, and I think it goes beyond research. I do think that the importance of having processes for engagement, yes, around the research. But I think, and I don't know that it's primarily a budget issue, because just having some principles and guidelines so to make sure that we're authentically going up, way upstream in terms of
we
this
could pull that there.
kind of thing, so I feel like that would be helpful.
Let's
more
we'll
broadly.
forward the FMP stuff, because there is a whole research approval process in the FMP that we can bring back up and make sure.
Yeah,
that
I'm talking about the tribal engagement.
Oh, okay, okay.
That's what I'm referring, that's what I'm
also-
referring to.
Yeah, and there's also that in the FMP too, so we can.
That's
pull
what I
that.
was.
But there's not the bodies that are referenced in the FMP, like there's supposed to be a science advisory panel helping make decisions, and there's supposed to be like a potential research coordinator, and so I think just interesting to see research in the buyout right now. Or not the buyout, it's a lot of acronyms, the buyout, moving forward, so like, if you're looking for the board to recommend a BOP, or DSL staff is gonna recommend a BOP that includes research. What's timeline and process for vetting research and like it just, again, I'm just curious about seeing that in the materials without the other stuff. Granted, I understand there's trying to move forward and there's a lot going on, but that feels important.
Yeah, you're right.
The other question I have too is, we talked about, we don't know what budgets are yet, and it's for later discussion, but have any of these proposals come forward with, this is what we would like in order to do this particular type of research?
Like a proposed
budget for each of the research.
Yeah, I think there's some it's known from the riparian corridor, river corridor work around budget. Dick Waring's proposition is like, if we can commit to those three things, and what are the three things gonna cost over time? And there's interest more broadly. The proposal, I think we're still working with Meg and Jen on what that proposal would be, and we bring it back in June, and then with the initial presentation from Matt Betts and the application to NASA. I don't know when we'll know, but there is that is the proposed funding approach, and whether we take on something because NASA is not, that'll kind of be the question to the board. But it does feel like Haley, you're right, and Darren, this is something that I think it'll be important to weigh in on around like. Things are not set up perfectly, like we don't have the implementation, we don't have the HCP yet, we don't have the implementation and adaptive management committee tied to that and for the FMP. We're still working on the broader research consortium, what that looks like. The science advisory committee and the research coordinator, that hire at DSL is all related to that. And at the same time, we've got 4 projects that have come forward for consideration, and I think that's part of the feedback we need. Darren, from the board, is like, we're not sequencing this perfectly, but does that mean we should not move forward with any research, which is also contrary to, you know, what we've heard, so we've got some stuff
Wouldn't
to work out.
most of this research include take though? Or any impacts, like would it have to be governed by an HCP or could this stuff move forward without HCP approval?
This would all be, I mean, our understanding of the proposals and if it's I think where our work is permitted under the HCP. That was one of the things. Meg, the Morlett research is also proposed in a way that would be consistent with the HCP. Yeah,
Mostly just wondering if the HCP doesn't go through right now, like I'm thinking a little bit about like de facto yeses and approvals. Cause if researchers are applying for grants now, which it sounds like maybe they are or have, there's a de facto yes that has already occurred that these research proposals can move forward on the Elliott, which maybe that's okay. But also like if that de facto yes is happening and they get funding, is there thinking if there is not approved HCP? It feels like there's a lot moving and how do all those different timelines, because the sequencing is what it is for a variety of reasons, like how would that all function together under different scenarios?
yeah. It's a good question. I mean, part of what the other part of that is the MOA and the funding that OSU has through USDA State and Private Forestry, because all of the research would need, you know, I think with the exception of thick Warings is pretty ready to go, and Matt, that's proposal is modeling related, but the others would need baseline monitoring, and so some of that we're assuming we could do regardless of the HCP, but like if it's cutting trees, then that's, yeah, we would need PSA agreements one way or the other. I mean, and then some of the bigger connections are like the modeling that the reason we had advanced the kind of partnership with Matt and his science team was the modeling that we used in the HCP for species diversity, and then OSU did it was referenced in Tall Levy and Maggie Hagerland's work, like a ton of pretty deep biodiversity surveys. Part of the thinking was there's a lot in there that is advancing work that's already happened and commitments that we've made in our HCP and in the FMP. But then there's the stuff that I think the research proponents talked about today around what's the broader interest in the research, like how could it change potentially policy and practice on other land ownerships. Initially it was like, what does the atmospheric and outer space people, what do they have to do with the Elliott? And I think Dick Waring he's helpful in kind of elucidating that. So that's I guess some of the bigger we're trying to get at is like, yes, we have stuff to figure out, and Darren I think is well aware of it and articulates it all the time, like what are we doing, what's driving what? Yeah. But we've got this opportunity to show what the Elliott could do on science and research in the near term while we're working out the imperfections with our sequencing.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, he just nailed out that is constantly on my mind about trying to balance all this. So it's just like the explain moving, being ready to go with, even though we don't quite have the that question about the HCP being signed or if the ITP, the permit's being signed yet. So it's the same with, we have a bunch of kind of sequencing issues we're trying to work out on some. I have a whole bunch of stuff I'm trying to figure out, the research coordinator being another priority for getting that position worked on. And believe me, I recognize that it's constantly in my mind that there are a few moving parts here that need to get arranged in the right order here. So
what was the process that led to these four being the four? Like, how did we get
time? But
speaking of sequencing,
largely researchers showing interest in saying, this is what we think could be really, I mean, the RCA thinning and the riparian corridor piece has been part of the process from the get-go and kind of baked in since the 2018 advisory committee effort. And then Merlette research and kind of the Merlette theme on the Elliott has always been there. And then, you know, like I mentioned, the MatBats modeling had been kind of tied into the HCP and the FMP. But I mean, I guess in every case, like, we didn't put out because we have the broader issues to figure out. We didn't put out an RFP at the agency and say, send us your research proposals. This was more, okay, we're getting out of the gate on the Elliott, we're building program and going to be implementing an FMP. These projects came forward, I think, volitionally from the research proponents.
That's skewed by those who are already in the loop, right?
Yeah,
Which is reasonable.
but then that's, like, you're pointing at the bigger, I think, piece that we need to work through over time, is like, what does the process for soliciting and approving and permitting research look like? We felt like all of these were consistent with the FMP and the kind of broader direction and in there, and so it's like, okay, bring them forward, but we can't, I don't think we can claim to know the expanse or the scope of interest and potential research on the Elliott yet. Because that process is still
TBD, yeah, the process is still process, yeah.
I'd like all, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like I said, like all the different proposals, we'll be really interested in what the proposed budgets are. So I remember some of our issues in the early years were world-class research for us with a world-class budget that couldn't be afforded. So had to balance all that. Yeah.
I was just much like, Brett was saying of how some of the stuff is happening out of sequence. I see these 4 proposals as setting some of the basic research scaffolding to invite the larger platform that you're gonna need later, as well as setting that bar of low risk, high quality research that helps to build the reputation and attract really reputable research to it. So it doesn't seem like it's from a board's perspective, I don't see a lot of risk in these 4 proposals, but I do understand the sort of preferential treatment that appears, the optics of it at the beginning without a full-blown RFP, but I think that's just, I keep on saying that this board and this effort right now is in an in-between space, and that's okay.
Could there be a balance with that though? Cause I mean, I do worry a little bit about that, like preferential. Cause I mean, I think there's a lot of researchers who've been waiting 8+ years to get on the forest and do research. And I think just making sure that it's not a de facto because of the researchers who've been involved, but like, you know, I don't know, do the tribes want to do research? And if the conversation is at a point where maybe I wasn't totally aware of that the Elliott is considering investing money and supporting research, that feels extra important to me, given that the resources are pretty scarce right now. It seems like there should be equal opportunity for low risk research. I agree. And I agree. I think all these projects are really great, but like it does seem like we should, if it's open, I don't know that anyone knows it's open. I think half the state still thinks that where it's under a different model. I don't think that everyone thinks it's a consortium that people can pitch ideas. And so if that's the case, which it seems like it is the case, seeing those in the BOP, that we should probably communicate that out just so that there is equal opportunity.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting discussion to talk about what makes a good research project. The standards that we're looking for, what where tip over the line not be a good research project for the Elliott. I appreciate hearing these, and I liked hearing especially why the Elliott would be a good place. Stable climate and stable forest types and management, so maybe a lot of people, that was obvious, been around for a while, but that it helps me to say this is why somebody would look to the Elliott for what makes it special to do a research project on. So I appreciated that. Excuse me.
Okay, Brian's pushing the envelope. I want to thank all of the folks who presented. Thank you, excellent. And with that, unless there's another point or question to be made, I'm going to suggest we take a few moments to appreciate the lunch that's here, and Emma, at sometime in the next 10 or 15 minutes, we're just gonna let you begin to present as we eat, okay?
Yeah, I say we take maybe a 10-minute break from the recording, and then we'll come back at 11:45.
You can hail your lunch.
Yeah.
That works well.
And Emma, thank you for coordinating all that. I think you were the one who put all that together.
Got all my screen.
It worked.
Yeah. Okay, Linda, so you can pause the recording now. Maybe it'll go away eventually.
Yeah, that's fine, thing.
Okay, so we opened our draft biennial operations plan public comment period on. I don't remember.
Sometime this spring, or late winter, it was January something.
Okay, well, we extended it to April 7th to accommodate a bit more engagement events and time for the public to provide comment. We think worked out well. We received 18 public comments. February 14th is when we opened it. There you have it. I'm gonna give a brief overview of some of the comments we received. A lot were to do with research. Many people emphasize cutting edge research, focusing on climate, resilience, wildfire, and integration of indigenous knowledge. Folks suggested that forest management should drive research priorities, particularly regarding sustainable timber harvest. In Oregon, I'm getting a notice that my internet connection is unstable, so I'll take it slow. Concerns around perceived disconnect between planned research and harvest activities. Concern that revenue generation was being prioritized over research. There are also some comments around forest management, concerns about harvest level, intensive harvesting practices, harvesting in relation to enrollment in the voluntary carbon market, potential ecological damage, excuse me, from restoration thinning and extensive treatments, concerns about rodent abatement and its ecological impacts, concerns about the potential impact of harvest activities on coastal marten, and recommendation to develop survey protocol for coastal marten and conduct surveys prior to harvest activities. There is also expressed appreciation for avoidance of logging of mature forests, as well as focusing of harvest on younger second growth plantations. There are a few data and mapping requests for both spatial data and paper maps. And then some socioeconomic considerations around the value of timber harvest and supporting local mills. Concerns about payments to counties, recommendation to consider adopting the Giese plan option, and then request to build contract capacity for laying out timber sales, evaluate the impact of carbon sales on adaptive management strategies. So right now, we're working on our proposed comment responses to all these. And we're planning to have detailed responses to comments that speak directly to what is in the biennial operations plan. Such as where projects are proposed, at what level they're proposed, how they're designed. And then the types of treatments that are used. For comments that are a bit out of the scope of the biennial operations plan. Such as support or opposition for the existence of management designations, existence of a carbon project, things that have already been decided in the FMP or HCP. We're planning to provide a bit more cursory responses to those. So our plan here is to draft individual feedback for each comment. Work individually with board members, avoiding sequential decision making to go over our comment responses, get your feedback. And then provide more finalized comments at least 1 week before the June board meeting for you to review. And then we will ask the board at the June board meeting, whether they have any potential revisions, and make a decision on the block after that. So, does anyone have anything to add to what I've said? And are there any board questions about the decision process?
It's a lot, I mean, some of the comments were still, we had just closed Monday, so there's a
Yeah.
lot to digest there, even though they're 18. Some of them are fairly tough.
Some of them are 9 pages, which is great.
Was it mostly people who have engaged in the past on comments, like all commenting on the FNP and other documents, or was it a lot of new people engaging?
I think some, I mean, some.
There's some overlap
very
with the
familiar
FMP.
Faces and names, and then, I don't know, I mean. I think we've got to look. I think mostly folks that have been tracking in one way or the other for a while.
I have 2 follow-ups. Did the tribes provide any comments?
I don't believe so. Not that I saw.
And did you get much comment from timber industry?
Yeah, we got a thorough letter, yeah.
Was that from Douglas timber operators, like a
No,
consortium
just say
or
it's from-
individuals?
Yeah.
Yeah, from
Oh,
our
sorry.
customer operators, yeah.
And I mean, on that one, we did have thank you, so we had like, I think Caitlin and Peter separately engaged, the March 5th listening sessions that we had, and that was, thank you for that, it was helpful to have board representation there, and then Peyton, we organized, we had some requests to meet, and talk about the operations plan with different sectors, and so we did one with Douglas timber operators and got their input, and Peyton, thank you for being there for that. So we did a variety of different, we tried to be very responsive to requests on, engage with us on the operations plan, not just at the like listening session virtual level, but in other ways too, and, it was worthwhile for him.
Yeah, we met with conservation groups as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, like Ryan and Emma and Darren, like, I think this is all of our first go around on an operation plan, including bringing it to you all as a board. Yeah, Amy, like, everybody made themselves available for a variety of conversations, and it's, sure we'll get more streamlined as we go forward, but felt like all hands on deck, and let's, put this together and just go around.
Maybe put one to Amy's question about the tribes engagement. One comment we heard earlier on was that they really don't have the staffing to participate meaningfully. You know, if you're wanting basically a assigned staff person to read everything that's produced here and comment on it and give you really, they don't have this. So we were talking, it was in the repair or restoration thinnings. It was gonna be having to subsidize that interaction, I guess. So if the Elliott could help fund that in some way or find a grant that would help them, they'd be much more able to participate. So I don't know if that has anything to do with how much interaction you've gotten to date or not, but that was something that came up months ago, last year, I guess.
Is this kind of continuing with that? Would this be the time when tribes would be involved? Are you looking for them to be involved in this public comment period, or is, DSL or is governor doing some government consultation?
Yeah, so there's government to government when requested, and the only one we're in ongoing government to government is with the CT Clusie. And kind of based on the tribe's request, meetings happen at different levels. But we're trying to engage at the staff level across all the tribes, and it's not. It feels like, and I don't know, Mike and Emily could maybe speak to this, the capacity issue feels real and is constantly raised. We're not holding out the public comment process as the only process for indigenous engagement. It's kind of along the lines of the principle of consistent and constant, and trying to keep it constantly open.
It sounds like you did reach out. I think we talked about it before, and you have reached out to different tribes to see if they're interested in consultation, right? Yeah.
And that's an ongoing open
Yeah.
request, and every time, I think, Director Walker, Vicky did a letter in, I think, February at some point with an update and introduction of Darren and, Emma, Amy might have been on at that point, I can't remember, but introduction of staff, but also where we landed on the FMP and what's our next step process for an operations plan, and, it feels like every time we do a letter like that, there's a consistent offer opening of like, if there is an interest in consultation at the higher level, please let me know.
Good.
You know, Vicky says it's director. So yeah, we're keeping the doors open.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you or Mike have any comments on the capacity issue, but it feels real.
Well, that's the thing is, I think Mike can speak to this. Imagine you get absolutely flooded with inquiries all the time. So you have all this stuff coming your way. How are you supposed to sort through the tribe? And so I think that's part of the problem. I've heard this from like Warm Springs. So it's like they just get all of these notices at once, and it's just coming in from all corners of the state. And it's really, really difficult to keep up with everything. And I think we probably experienced that.
Yeah, at Stiletz, we had one person that we hired to just coordinate all the requests for consultation coming into the tribe, and then send that out to whoever might be interested. And over the course of the year, she'd get over 1,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So tribes have been really good about going out and saying, you need to consult with the tribe, you need to involve us. It's one of those, careful what you ask for. Cause, yeah, and it grows every year, so.
I think, yeah, exactly. But it's easy to get lost in that staffing back and forth. But if you cover that by offering the government higher level consultation, and it sounds like you're doing that consistently. Yeah, that would be my advice. So sounds like you got it.
Yeah, there are things that other board members want to read into there, and that's the staff. It's like, make sure you're doing this for there are best practices that the FMP spells out. I mean, we want to be listening and open to whatever we're hearing from the board and tribes, like what is the best way to engage.
Yeah, just more talk.
Yeah, that's all from me.
So summary of these comments and all be available at some point?
Yeah,
I
our
know
plan
you
is
just got
to,
them all.
yes, and they all come in on the last day.
Of course.
Yeah, so our plan is to summarize our responses to them, and then meet with you all individually to go over what we've decided. Get your feedback.
Yeah, like our lesson learned from the FMP effort was like, have time to engage with individual board members on both, like, And feel free to give us your input today on the ops plan, but like, what are you seeing in the ops plan that you like, don't like? And then vet our responses or proposed responses with you so that when we do ask the board for a recommendation on the ops plan, it doesn't feel like it was hurried and, you had some time to think about it, that kind of a thing.
I appreciated having the public meetings that were recorded and then put online.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't able to make any of the meetings, but I was able to at least watch it.
Oh, good.
Comments that came in.
Yeah.
What about the framing? And again, I laid out some of the framing of like, when we go into a more detailed response versus a more cursory. Part of what the board's feedback on is. We do want to be responsive to the public input, and the public can, and has said whatever it wants, and but when we start getting comments around like.
You know, if somebody's throwing grenades, then I think you say thank you for your input. Right, that's, you know, basically that. Yeah, and so if that's what you're talking about, I mean, how detailed does that response have to be?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not, yeah, and like what a grenade looks like is different depending on, you know, who's hearing it, but, yeah, it's like, if there's stuff that's trying to revisit, okay, we don't like clear cuts at all. Or we don't like the big CRW, and we don't think there should be any thinning in there. Or the carbon project thanks, I mean, we shouldn't be doing more, like, some of those things are things that we feel like we've already tied off in the FMP. And the effort on the operations plan is to get to operations that are in line with and consistent with the FMP and the HCP. So like, we're not doing a revisit, or this is not the process for reopening the FMP. So that's kind of our plans on it, but, well, I mean, we want to vet this with you all, and like, okay, does that feel right to you too? As board members.
I mean, if people are talking about things that are not within the scope of the biennial operations plan, we shouldn't spend a lot of time responding to it, just. Yeah, you can have a list of these things are not within the scope of this plan, we receive comments on the following items, or whatever you want.
Yeah, we want to ignore that, that's something we have.
I mean, I think it's important, but, yeah, just to know that you receive them, and, you know, they're not.
It comes down to the substantive comment issue, so you're trying to segregate out what were the substantive comments about, like you said, what was relevant to the question that was hand with the operations plan versus, yeah, the yes or no, I don't like this or I don't like that are more of a voting type of a thing than a substantive comment that actually provides meaningful input that we could look at and use to potentially adjust accordingly or think about something differently. So that's kind of and I think that's something for us to do, maybe going forward, do a little bit of a front load that a little bit better. I know I did that from my previous work with the Forest Service, and when we do comments about kind of front loading some of that, about letting the public about here's how you can comment. That's way for you to comment and be substantive and be helpful than just a yes or no type of comments. So
Do they follow?
for the most part, people do, you know, not everybody, of course, but it does help to do that. So I think that's something a lesson for the next time we go out and do this. So
And some comments might be, you know, if it's just something that's already been approved in the FMP, just saying this has been, maybe even just pointing to the section of the FMP where it's talked about, that this is already approved.
Yeah.
I'm very scared if you get comments that. Not repeatedly necessarily, but that's also where it might, sometimes it's helpful to like, say, do a 1-page. You know, fact sheet or synopsis of the why we got where, you know what I'm saying? I mean, so which is like a communications thing where you have it handy because, you know, yes, people say this, they don't understand, here was the process, so you just come up with a communications.
Yes.
You know, piece of material that you can make sure people get, so again, so you don't have to do it every time, respond individually, but you can say, this may be helpful.
I think there's two dimensions to this. One is, I think for this group to be successful in the long run, Oregon has to be in this table. And part of that is, I think, even if we've heard similar comments in the past, people need to know that they've been heard, right? And it sort of relates to your point when we're talking about, say, if we're gonna come to decisions, we're not all gonna be in agreement, right? And I think instead of having a closed system where we walk out the door and everyone's in a lockstep, we all agree, is actually for people to understand that, like, somebody had my point of view and they didn't prevail, but at least Melissa was there to bring that up. So I think we ought to always measure ourselves by how well is Oregon in the room. And part of that is acknowledging, letting people know we've heard you, right? And I think the other one fits with your point, Darren, is always be looking for new things. Because I think part of the point of these comments is to help us see things we haven't seen before. And to highlight, we're lucky to have some people who really do a lot of homework. And I know I benefit from reading them. So how do we use this process, not just as something we need to go through, but actually a genuine way, again, getting Oregon in the room, is to keep learning from people who might bring a perspective that we haven't even ever considered. And so how do we have both the culture and the bureaucratic habits to make sure that we do that, so that we're always both genuinely learning and also telling Oregon that we care about you and we are listening.
Yeah, one thing, there's Darren's talked about the post-action review and kind of a thing where like, there will, I mean, we'll get. It does feel like part of our response can be a comment is more germane to a conversation about the research consortium or a conversation about the future of the FNP, like point people to the process where that's happening as part of a response. But one thing Darren, you flagged was like, we're going through this for the first time, we're going through it for the first time together as board and staff, and we should do both internally and then with you all like a post-action review. What did we learn from the first operations plan process that we want to do differently, or what were the strengths that we want to repeat to inform the next go around, knowing we're far from perfect.
I just want to know the time. It's 12:10, so we've cut into Ryan and
That's okay.
Ryan is so fast, it'll take him like 60 seconds. I just had one question. You mentioned that you're gonna do individual meetings with board members to get feedback on the plan, which I think is great because everyone's coming at this differently. But I think one of the values is just, I learned so much from hearing everybody in this room talk and provide their feedback because everyone comes at it from such different angles. Will there be time and space to get to kind of learn from each other within that process?
You were gonna talk to us about the comments and your responses to those primarily.
Yeah.
We can do it as long as we abide by the short of a quorum.
Well, I guess,
No,
but are you on, like, could we do it, cause maybe I didn't hear that right, but you're thinking of individual passing through the comments, cause you had to keep process moving, but at the June board meeting, was that when you were looking for the board to recommend the ops plan move forward?
Yeah.
Could there be just like time allocated for just like a short discussion on where board members are, just so we can
Oh, yeah.
hear each other?
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanna make sure there's space for that, cause I think like, you know, we do some stuff one-offs, which I think is important, but like, there's just so much to be learned from listening to each other.
Yeah. Yeah, and Derek's, and I know we gotta move on, like, it doesn't. The way we come to the door in June doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily a straight yes or no, like, you have the ability to make a recommendation that is, nuanced or informed by like, you know, what you wanna see as conditions or revisions, that the DSO would make before we adopt. We talked about that a bit too, like, not making it so binary, you know.
Anything further? Ryan, the next 4 minutes here.
And I actually want to make just a couple of opening comments about this before we start off on this, is just for a little bit of context about why we're having this conversation about the treatments and allocations. And it's just a really recognition that there's we have new board members and obviously new staff here, and so we wanted to take this opportunity to kind of, as an opportunity for everyone to kind of get on the same page and kind of do this talk through about the treatments and the allocation discussion, just so everybody, we're all hearing it again now that we're all here together. And you know, obviously we're not, the that is not to go back. We're going to talk about, we're not going back to redo decisions that have already been made. But it's just to kind of get that common ground with all of us, so we have that common understanding, and then the plan going forward is we'll have some kind of deeper conversations about some of these topics at future board meetings. Is the plan, but we don't just kind of set this as our baseline. Everybody has the same baseline to work about. So I just wanted to say that, lead off and make that comment, and I'll turn it over to Ryan and Eric.
Sure.
Sorry, everybody, this is nauseating.
That was a good, way to set the stage, Baron, for that. Appreciate it.
Okay.
So, I think most, if not all of you know who I am, Ryan Stevenson, DSL Forester. Hopefully for my sake and your sake, this will be the last presentation you see from me. And we'll have a new Forester on board. And so this is Eric Farm from Farm Unlimited, who put the bulk of the work into the final operations plan, has been, you know, part of the Elliott for quite a while now and knows it as well as I do. And so we'll go over the three main treatment allocation types for the Elliott, and then we're gonna get into looking at some maps, trying to see how these various treatments look like, potentially operational, kind of bring those two together with three map examples that Eric will go through. So let's go hit intensive. A lot of words out there.
And you have 3.5 minutes left.
Yeah, let's go. So, intensive, a little bit of background on that one. It was originally designed, with the triad, experiment, from OSU. And so for every acre of intensive, which is AKA a regen harvest or a haircut, there would be an equal associated acre of reserve. So that's why in the MRW, and research watershed is reversed, that was like the one-to-one match there, and that's kind of some of that background. But to go into what intensive is, we're looking at maximizing wood productivity. It also is a control or a test against extensive ecological treatments. And then one of the main tenets we had with this forest was financial self-sufficiency. So there's an economic component there that we can't, look away from. So that's part of what intensive is there. Again, lots of different terms out there: regen, harvest, clear cut, intensive, all variations of the same theme. So we look at the rotation ages in the FMP. We look to go to 80-year rotations. Like before, we have an age class distribution issue there where our oldest plantations are only 65 years old. So in the near term, we're not going to really be able to do 80-year rotations, but you're going to see over the next decade or two that we're going to be somewhere between 60 to, probably get into some 70, 75-year-old rotations. And once that kind of that age class distribution sort of catches up, then you'll see more 80-year rotation intensive harvests. But the near term, we're a little bit limited there with what the cards were dealt. We do have a minimum of 60 years. So we can't dip below a 60-year old rotation. There is some exceptions into what was called the flexible allocations that we can go down to 50 years, but those are going to be pretty rare as we try to move those rotation ages out. Let's see. So the legacy trees, part of what we try to do here is best as possible is retain the biological legacies, as it were, which are basically some trees that were left and retained from prior clear cut harvests. One of the probably limiting factors there is that a lot of those plantations we're in are 60, 65 years old. And the Forest Practices Act at that time may not have said, oh, you need to leave 2 green trees per acre. So you're probably not gonna find a lot of those, but where we can, we'll obviously leave those legacies in there. And there's always the safety operational concerns that may limit what we can do, but you're not gonna find as many of those kind of older trees that were left in these rotations, in these stands. Probably some as they grow older, maybe in our 20, 30-year-old plantations, as those grow up to be at a harvestable age, then you might find more biological legacies there, but just wanted to note that. Can't duck away from herbicide use, so it is, if we're talking about intensive management, to make sure that we have good rapid reforestation. Herbicide use is a standard practice, and so you're probably gonna see here, site prep spraying work, and also probably release spray would be pretty common. Most of that, I'm gonna say, is probably gonna be from the ground. I don't know that, I think we'll be limited on what we can do aerial, and I probably wanna stay away from that anyway, but, we have to talk about what is there, and a lot of people don't like herbicides, but if we wanna have, good solid plantations come up in the future, it's a standard practice for West Side forestry. Other parts of intensive, kind of even age management, beyond just doing the harvest are, the reforestation side is animal damage control. Slash abatement is gonna be mostly burning, landing piles. We could do some broadcast burning or sky burning, but that's gonna be pretty limited where we can. That's great. Probably gonna be tough to do in a lot of cases. Tree planting is a necessity, of course. Fertilization, that's in there, not standard industry practice at this point in time, but we sort of have it in there and touch on it in the plan, because there might be some research purposes to do some fertilization work at some point in the future. Also, part of even age management is pre-commercial thinning and commercial thinning. We have a big backlog of PCT on this forest. I don't think the ODF has done any when they're managing for probably since the early, maybe mid zeros of 2000. So there's a lot of backlog there. Eric and his team have identified quite a few of the stands. That's usually an economic decision because it's pretty expensive to do. So we'll kind of see, that'll be on a case by case basis, see what we have in terms of funding there. I think the longer rotations, you might see some commercial thinning going in place to where you can do a commercial thin at age, say 35, 40, and then let that rotation, grow out to 80 and then do a final harvest. So commercial thinning will be kind of an economic decision as well. So we'll see what happens there. Next slide.
So can I ask one intensive question?
Yes, you can.
What gets replanted? Species mix, genetics? What's the target? What kind of a stand are you anticipating in 30 to 60 years? Where's it headed?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking that probably most of what we'll see is dead fir replanted in those areas. Doesn't mean that, there's probably, if we're maybe down closer to some of the wetter areas, western red cedar, we'll get on the east side of the forest, as I've talked to the ODF foresters have been there, they do get quite a bit of natural regen from with hemlock. So that seems to be on there. So we kind of end up naturally or unnaturally having some species diversity come in there. But like we know with cedar, it's like candy for elk, and so that's really hard to establish there unless you do sort of what they're doing with the riparian thinning.
So an even age monoculture is typically what you're in.
Is pretty much, that's what it is right now. It doesn't mean that can't evolve and become something different in the future, but that's really what we have right now.
What's the Swiss needle case in this area?
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's much worse as you go north. And so I think they have detected some Swiss needle cast. I don't see a lot of it out there right now. So far, so good. But I think there's Swiss needle cast present, but it's just not hammering these stands like you see up in Mattillo in those areas.
Seems like it's around the fog belt, and so that comes in about 10 miles. So maybe you'd see it in the CRW more than in the MRW as you get in. A little drier, it doesn't seem to be as big an issue.
I have a question, but if you wanna, I'll ask it, but you can bump it out later, which is
Go
like,
ahead, go for it.
you'd mentioned like there might be research questions related to some things that you do. In terms of like this plan now, has there been interface with thinking about what some of the research questions are, even from a silvicultural standpoint?
Nothing, nothing concrete at this point in time, yeah, so something that we're open to for exploration there, but we don't, I think what we might learn and not let it strictly experimental standpoint is just how are the economics coming out with what we're seeing here, and so that's gonna be
Social science question.
there you go, yeah, so are our costs lining up with what we think they were going into it, so how are our assumptions really, you know, we're testing those assumptions from what are kind of financial models, what we have certain inputs in terms of growth, in terms of logging costs, in terms of volume coming out. And so all that will be kind of what we figure out there.
Don't call that a research question, like
We
you're looking
can,
at there.
we can call it a research question without the key value
Well,
or
you know,
squares and all that.
It's
stuff.
knowledge you're gathering
Yes.
and you want it
It's
to
all
be
very
useful
important.
and beneficial, that to me sounds like research.
Yeah, absolutely.
Little research.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so one of my favorite subjects, sort of, ecological extensive forestry. There's a lot of terms out there, variable retention harvest, and then, yeah, Peter knows all about this stuff. I would like to can all these and just call it fancy forestry, but I'm not gonna be able to do that. It's calling it extensive in the HCP, and then we kind of try to use the term ecological forestry in the FMP. And really what we're looking for there is to manage for a diverse set of forest characteristics and kind of look at all, maybe something that can kind of fit more of the broad values of resource management versus just straight economics with the intensive. So we might be able to see a suite of objectives that are kind of you know, founded in these kind of treatments. So the main thing we're looking for here is a full array of ecosystem structures, functions, and then species. The prescriptions are designed to be built on, you know, natural disturbance and standard development processes. So you're trying to mimic what you might see from probably more small scale disturbances out there. And that's kind of the idea of this. And then really the overall picture in a simpler way, I think, is that you just are trying to promote complexity and heterogeneity at both the stand level, which you'll see with our prescriptions, but then also think about it at the landscape level. How do these treatments fit within the broader context of the entire 83,000 acres where you have ecological forestry units next to leave areas, next to intensive, and then restoration thing as well. How does that look across the landscape is really probably one of the more important things. And that brings me to bullet point 4, which is how are we looking to kind of promote resilience across the landscape at a stand and landscape level. And these sorts of treatments where you have structural diversity as well as hopefully species diversity really help you kind of show some resilience for abiotic and biotic events. So biotic meaning insects and diseases, and then abiotic meaning, you know, wind throw, ice storms, and wildfire. So if you just had 83,000 acres of even age forest, you're not going to be resilient to these kind of climatic pressures and, you know, sort of changes we're seeing from disturbances now. So if you have these types of treatments, I think that helps you kind of hedge your bets in the future of having some more kind of a backstop to getting nailed by major disturbances. So that's kind of another idea of ecological forestry. And then into the retention levels, I think if some of you are more well versed on this, and others, is that we're going between 20 and 80% retention of pre-harvest stand density. And that looks like both dispersed retention and aggregated retention. And so let's go to the next slide, Emma. Virtual Emma.
Honored to click.
So A little bit of a blurry picture. I do like to use pictures, but this one's pulled out of the FMP. I wish it was a little more clear. A, B, and C, which are on the left side. Those are all, you kind of think of those, I said a pretty small scale. But picture A is kind of more like a two-tiered stand where you have some scattered overstory and some understory coming up, sort of two-layered stand. B, again, a little tough to see. That's more of a multi-layered structure in there. And then C, you have in the foreground, kind of a closed stand. And then in the sort of sunny part there, you have a nice opening and where you see some regeneration. What you have to think about with our treatments is right now we are in pretty young stuff. So we're not treating stands that look like this. This is what you might picture parts of the stands looking like in the future, you know, decade or two out, or maybe even longer. So we're trying to build that complexity in the pictures you're seeing there on A, B, and C. D is supposed to be a picture of more like dispersed retention. It looks like kind of a two-tier stands, kind of hard to see. And was it a D? Let's see, alphabet D, E. Okay, there we go. So the polygon outline in white in the aerial view, and that's looking at a little more what you might see from aggregated retention, where you have some openings in there. And then you have some leaf areas kind of around the edges and a little bit in the middle. And then it looks like maybe a little bit dispersed retention in there as well. So that kind of is what it looks like from the aerial view. I hope we can, in future meetings, have some more in-depth look and education on ecological forestry than what we're doing here. And then you have something you can do with some snag, build up snags there with topping trees or doing some girdling. And then retention of some of these downwood and other features, which is G. So let's sort of roll on through to the next one, unless somebody wants to ask any questions. No, okay, it's a restoration thing. Like the ecological thing, this is all these things when you're talking about non-human age management, they are variations on the same thing. They're all a little bit different, but they have a lot of similarities. So with the restoration thinning, it's a lot like ecological thing, but you think about it for this forest is like, we're gonna get in there and break up these plantations in the first 20 to 30 years, set them on a trajectory, and then just walk away from them and see what they do. And so, whereas with the ecological forestry treatments, we're gonna go back in and do subsequent treatments over time. So that's a little bit of the difference here, and it's more of this is more like the skips and gaps kind of approach, which you can call variable density thinning. Let's throw in another term that confuse people. But the key elements here are to create structural diversity and species diversity, as well as having pockets of early seral habitat development. If you think about the way this forest is laid out, is that on the more the east and southern side, that's where you're gonna have some early seral habitat, which is gonna be good for big game species, but do you want all that on one side of the forest? You probably don't. You want to spread out a little bit. And so where we have openings created here, you can have potentially good habitat for big game species, elk and deer and others. So that is important to have that early seral, at least pockets in these thinnings as we go, because once you're kind of out of it, then you have just a forest growing up and everything's closed out. You don't have that early seral and you're pushing animals to one side of the forest. So this will be important, I think. We're in, again, plantations that are less than 65 years old. We're gonna try to do, hit the older stands first to get to those. And then that's gonna be concentrated in the first 20 years. And then we do have an additional 3,500 acres that we're allowed to go into in periods 20 to 30. So years 20 to 30. So there's a lot of work to be done on the restoration thinning. And then let's see, Yeah, we're gonna, I think I went over all that. This also ranges between 20 and 80%. So. Again, you can't be shy about these, it says thinning, but it's really variable density thinning, because if we just went in and did a little thinning from below. And just hit it lightly, you're not changing how these stands are gonna develop in the future. That's why you gotta you gotta get messy with them. You have to get, in there and do some things that are not traditional. Now, what we will be looking for is specific features, like, is there pockets of hardwood? Is there Western red cedar in there? Is these other minor species that we wanna try to retain and get some of that Doug fir out as much as possible? Because what we need to do is change the proportion of species, in these stands, because right now they're heavy Doug fir. How do we change that in the future? We try to promote some of the hardwoods. We try to retain and promote the cedar as best as possible, and spruce, other species. So then over time, you have a real diverse species and structural development of these stands, if that makes sense. Everyone looks like they're ready to go to sleep. Eric, you want to add anything to that before we jump into the maps?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe just the only thing on the ecological, maybe a little bit on the restoration thing, but you know, one of the other, kind of social science questions is trying to find out how to do it economically and operationally so that it can be replicated somewhere else. So even though we don't have a full research project around this, the goal of all of this historically was that whatever we figure out here can be replicated around the state or the region. And so what these proposed treatments aren't really, boilerplate. So hopefully through this, that'll be one of the outcomes. Early outcomes.
The maps hopefully will kind of show that, and tie some of that together.
Ryan, would you do us all a favor and put this in a document, send your explanations and definitions out to everybody?
Sure.
Yeah, that'll work.
Oh, go ahead. So I was just gonna say, going back to the research thing too, I think, and you may be sort of thinking along these lines, but just taking the moment to also think or ask for like, what information would be really great to gather now in order to know, I mean, I don't know if it ties into the baseline monitoring thing, or just like, is there anything without delaying, without, slowing everything down, blah, 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 don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good kind of thing. But if there's a moment when if we knew X now, this will position us well to answer some other questions, silviculturally or economically or whatever, in terms of species impact, you know what I'm saying? So like.
About in terms of like data collection, baseline data.
Yeah, just, I mean, I understand there's not like scope to like go through a complete inventory of all possible things, but like, just even asking like, is there something that could easily be gleaned now, so that you do have some baseline, not knowing what all those questions might be. So I know it's kind of a weird, like amorphous question, but then if you don't have that if you miss the opportunity and you go like, oh, shoot, if we thought, yes, that would have.
Yeah, I think all of these treatments, especially the last two we talked about, are kind of key to adaptive management. And I think that's really where it's gonna come into play of like, we gotta learn some stuff. We can't learn anything until we kind of get out there and try it and probably screw up a little bit. And then we can like, sort of adjust along the way. Some of the adjustments can be short term, like, oh, right after a harvest, you can see how this turned out, man, we gotta fix this. Other things are gonna be more like long term. We won't know how this is gonna go until, 10, 20, 30 years out. And so those are different sort of adaptations, but, no, great question.
There are other people who had.
I was just gonna make a similar-ish comment, like I think, cause you guys were proposing, extensive restoration in the first stop period. And, a big goal of this is to impact like economy and forestry techniques and stuff. And so we talk a lot about the ecological side and the ecological research, but that's a equally as important piece of it. And, talking about how ecological forestry isn't done as much and there's challenges to the economic piece of it. And so is there a way that we could firm up research a little bit more around that and have these first projects be data collection for that. It just seems like a really important opportunity that just fits so squarely within all, it's not. It's not proposing anything new, like it's a part of the FMP so squarely that seems like a great first research project that could be rolled out in this first period.
I know one thing we talked about doing is from a timber sales standpoint is selling the restoration things as its own package away from the other ones. And the reason would be is that you can isolate those and see from an economic standpoint, how are these gonna be net negative revenue or are gonna be net positive revenue? And so that's one isolation we can do. We won't be able to do that for everything, but that's one thing we can do to get some like short-term view, like, well, okay, restoration things, oh, maybe they're actually not costing us like we thought they would, or maybe they're about revenue neutral, or maybe they're actually the way we're designing these is we're actually getting not only some wood out the door, but we're also getting some revenue returns as well.
Yeah, and that's part of what I was out on Tuesday looking at. I was curious about that because you have in the projects right now, a lot of them, you have both intensive and extensive, and like, is that intentional because you wanted to sell that together because you don't think you're gonna get anyone to just bid on the more ecological forestry because of the expense, whereas is it better to bid them together so you're getting more interest, but you're really tracking the metrics closely? It just seems like thinking through some of that right now to form that
Yeah,
strategy.
the intensive and extensive will be, those will come together as they are with the projects. So these projects are kind of mixed, but you have a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Those will all be in the same sale package.
You're gonna take out the riparian
They're-
or the restoration.
The restoration thing is because they're a little more isolated anyway, because they're on that west and north side of the forest. We felt like we could package some of those together that are close enough and then just sell those. Doesn't mean like that's what we're gonna do in the future, but I think to initially to see where we're at, that's what we're gonna look to do.
I never really considered it research, but it was just operational tracking. When I first started, I didn't know if $10 a thousand or $1,000 a thousand was a big number. And so you just tracked everything. You tracked how many days they were working, what equipment was there. You just collect all of this information that you can then turn around and do like you're saying. So, yeah, so I mean, we can get the contract administrator, forester, set up for that to be able to, here's the types of things that you should be trying to track, and then you'll be able to dissect all sorts of things afterwards. Yeah.
I'm just curious, if these don't pencil out and you don't get any bids, then what?
Yeah, then that's a question we'll have to tackle. I think if we're not getting bids, then obviously you're not gonna sell and we're not gonna go there. And I think we're pretty confident we're still gonna get bids, even on the restoration bids. And that might be something that if, that's the great thing to test, like we'll put out the first round, if the set of restoration bids, they don't sell, they're like, okay, we'll have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what to do different there, to package them different. Maybe we do have to add them to one of these other projects to it's attractive enough. So I think that's a great question and something that we'll have to figure out.
There'd be a big postmortem on that, talking to all the bidders and say,
Yeah.
what was wrong with it? Why did you?
I just know talking to our foresters, they were really concerned about thinning on the Elliott, really penciling out financially because it's so steep. So I was just curious.
Yeah.
We might be able to, we'll look at some maps here in just a second, so kind of show you what we're looking at to try and make these operational, because this whole thing, they have to generate revenue. You're not gonna continue to get appropriations from the legislature. They're gonna at some point say, yeah, this is supposed to pay for itself. So that's the goal. So we'll look at that and see what you think.
So talk to us about loggers a little bit, and my thought is that it's gonna be pretty easy to find operators who will do the intensive, right? They know how to do that, they have the equipment, that's what they do, right? And my concern is with the ecological, we're gonna be looking to a logger pool, many of whom will not have had that kind of experience. And my concern is making sure that we set our expectations appropriately to know that this is about a longer term project. And so how are we going to, over time, help build that capacity of knowledge, commitment, equipment, et cetera? And I guess my concern is that we could end up having our expectations too high around ecological forestry. We're gonna just hit the ground running. In 2 years, it's all gonna be lovely. Because it seems like there's a whole logger piece of this, which fits with social sciences. How do we change the operator base to help them have what they need to do, what we need them to do?
Yeah, well, it's a good question, Peter, and one that actually I feel better about than I did before. We talked to DTO, Douglas Timber Operators, and kind of broached this subject, and they seem to say, hey, you know what, we're actually used to doing this kind of work because we're on BLM sales or
Right.
sales, so I was actually pleasantly surprised to hear this, and no, our operators are used to doing this stuff.
Good.
And so there, I think the pool that we have for operators are gonna be better than maybe some people think. So, they said, yeah, hey, they've done this type of thing. They've done similar types of stuff on BLM work,
Yeah.
on sales or other sales. So, yeah, I think we're okay there. We'll find out though.
Good.
I would add that there's a lot of rules when you log in Oregon, and those operators are very used to that.
Right,
Just maybe the terminology
Right.
is new to a lot of people, because I certainly found talking with our guys that they weren't super familiar with the term ecological forestry, but when you walk through what it is.
yeah, well, we can do that.
Yeah, they got it.
Because part of my experience is our family's done basically ecological forestry for 40 years. And we've gone through lots of operators, and for every one that you get that really is a fit, you might go through 3 or 4 who just are not a fit. And so I guess my counsel is that we have patience and that we realize this is a long game thing versus expecting you to just wiggle your fingers and all of a sudden everything's gonna work.
And I think doing a really good job communicating that is essential, because I think you have the potential to lose a lot of people being like, oh, you guys tried it, it didn't work, we told you so.
Yeah.
Potentially, and so making sure that like we're really thinking through that as we move along and how we communicate and track and.
And how do we make it work for them?
Yeah.
You've really got two different kinds of thinning going on. The restoration thinning, you almost are trying to cause damage. You know, normally if you're a family forest that's doing a thinning, you're trying to increase future value. You want to retain residual value, so you're not scarring up trees, but that might be what you want in these restoration thinnings, to cause trees to die. And
Kind of value.
it's conservation value, it's habitat, but so that allows a logger to go faster. They don't have to be nearly as careful as they are on like a BLM sale where they're gonna get fined or get a penalty for every time they take the bark off. So there's some flexibility there, and then on these other one, on the ecological forestry, I agree, you're gonna build a contractor base at some point, you know, if this is consistent volume, the mills are gonna want it, it's a product that is desired in the marketplace, and so they will groom a core of loggers that will be able to do these projects, but, you know, to your point, it's the BLM thinning crews right now that are out there, and it's a little bit different, and some flexibility when we write up these contract terms is probably gonna be, you know, really where people will be less gun shy because they're not gonna get fined to oblivion if they've screwed up a couple of trees.
And tell the stories of the ones who have taken the risk and learned new things.
Is there, consideration of some sort of, premium price for the logs that are coming off of here? So that there is more of this incentive to not only do well, but become sort of a, I don't know, the standard contractor that would be fitting for the job. So thinking about salmon sake, for example, it's a label, an eco label of some sort. Is FFC, you're working with, you might know more of this, but you know, does FFC have a relationship with the Elliott that you can start branding these Elliott trees that sell for more?
So a lot of the mills themselves are certified, and it's their sourcing that, and so if they're using certified loggers, so the contractors are certified, they can bring that material in as certified. I guess I would be careful about FSC due to the cost. We don't, you know, this enterprise doesn't have a whole lot of extra cost, and that can be sort of expensive and a little restricting potentially. Sustainable Forestry Initiative is another label that you can get certified to. It's a little less onerous, but still has cost to it and additional audits, so.
American Tree Farm.
Never too big for
Well, I do, but I don't wanna jump.
No, I was pointed at you because I thought
Okay, from the cheap seats over here, so two questions, I wondered whether it's Peyton, Eric, or maybe Peter or Ryan, Peter up in your area, but like especially those familiar with the logging contractors down here. Is there value in like, when we think about potential field tours, ecological forestry, restoration thinning, like, is there value in going out and trying to get like a operator focused tour to talk through what we're doing?
And then you pull up, I think it's the third, it's the or not the restoration thing, it's the one that has the two small harvest units.
And then the other question was for Amy.
You want a map? It's a map.
It's a map, yeah.
Staff.
Next. Thanks. Okay, really hard to see. So to Brett's question, one of the ideas, there's these two small units that are one project, and the one on the top of the page is a ecological. And what we've done is we've said we're gonna thin these to some different percentages. So the range is 20 to 80%, so there's a piece in there that's 20%, piece that's 50, a piece that's 80% retention. Then there's a skip and then there's a gap. And so this is relatively flat. I think almost all of us could probably walk through this from one side to the other. So comparative to the rest of the Elliott, it'll be fairly easy to get around to and see. But this hopefully will be one of the first projects to be sold so that it will be the demonstration. So there'll be something for people to go back, and if the prescription is 20% retention, they can go stand there and go, this is what 20% retention looks like. And so that's gonna require a lot more intensive tree marking. I think the concept is, this is gonna be operating at such a scale, we're not necessarily gonna be putting a dot of paint on every single tree that we either wanna take or retain, but you can go back and look at some of these and get, here's what that spacing looks like. And it'll be a little example. The one in pink is an intensive, so I mean, that's pretty. Not gonna be difficult to figure that out, but there could be some of those legacy elements or leaf trees, how those are spaced in the unit there.
Where are these two units?
I can't read
I think it's on the policy.
we have
Do you have
we can
the
roll
bigger
out that we
maps?
got the big map.
No, it's.
So maybe it's a good chance to jump back, 2 slides. Emma, can we go back 2 slides?
Oh, yeah,
So that I can waste a bunch of time on that.
Brett, while we're teeing him up, one idea would be to do something like an applied ecological forestry in Western Oregon peer learning group. So maybe twice a year, there's like a webinar or a field tour. Like the BLM has done a lot of related to stuff. So basically, how do you get people to go from the high level to like, what does this look like on the ground? And invite loggers and have a larger conversation and basically like, let's get the show on the road. People are doing this stuff, let's learn from it. Yeah, could be a possibility. We've talked about what we did.
So the map that's up on the screen here, this has been a topic of conversation for years. And, we went through all those pages of words, and this is what intensive is, and this is what extensive is. But the question keeps coming back is, well, what does that mean? What does that look like? Show me a map or show me something. And so this is a stab at kind of the concept of how the skips and the gaps and the thinning the matrix, like they were talking about during the riparian, how that might work and actually be operational. Now, I will preface this with, this doesn't have any research question behind it other than our social question. So, there could be some down the road. If there's a research question that's going on, you may not be able to have all this flexibility. But looking at this from an operational perspective, again, the pink is intensive portions of the project. The green is going to be the extensive ecological. And then you can see the streams. It's really hard to see from here, but those are they're kind of pink, I guess, but they're outlined that run through it. The tan is going to be your gaps. So when you're thinking skips and gaps, this is cable logging. It's not ground-based logging where you can drive to each tree. So you're going to have to string cables across the canyon that's a pretty good place to have your gaps, because if there's no trees there, they can lift the lines up real easy. If they're having to do that through the trees, it gets hung up, it slows things down. And so the idea was having these gaps that are around the roads that are gonna be where you need to hang your cables for the corridors. And then you're thinning kind of in between that. The dark green speckles are gonna be your skips. Those are places, in this case, that are potentially harder to get to, that you may have to hang a lot farther to get to those pieces of especially around that corner of the property line there. You may have to hang a lot farther back to get to those. So the idea is basically take your hard stuff, make those your or make those your skips. Pick up some of your easier stuff along the roads, and that's gonna be your gaps. One of the effects, which may be, operationally isn't a problem, research wise might be, is the effect of leaving your skips that way is that you end up with wider stream buffers. So not necessarily a bad thing, right? But if you're trying to say, we want to write down to the bare minimum and see what happens when we do that, you could be, changing that a little bit. But in the end, that's probably, I don't know, that's a terrible outcome, is even over and above what the HCP stream buffers would look like. So I guess that's, we call these the cartoon maps because they were based off of the terrain. We looked at it from the topography and where you would log from, and that's somewhat realistic on what you could do. But that maybe takes some of those words on the blue slides and puts it into what ecological might look like as far as a contract that we would sell.
And the blue speckled is more like a dispersed retention.
Right, so the kind of mint color that just has a little blue, that would just be your thinning matrix, or, just, variable retention through there. But
Do you anticipate in the contracts, that you're gonna say where your skips and gaps are, or is it gonna be, you're gonna give them a prescription and say X amount of ground needs to be skipped, X amount needs to be gapped, and let the robber then choose how he does it?
I think you're gonna wanna probably designate that, especially if it's in a research, more of a structured research context, they're gonna probably want that in a certain place. It may be relatively easy, you may not be having to mark these out completely, but you may be from the road, putting a flag there and saying, this is gonna be the skip, it's gonna be 100 feet wide, and it's gonna be all the way down to the creek or something. It may not be super overly laid out maybe, but I think you probably want to dictate that at some level.
This is a really big piece here. We're talking like 700 plus acres, I think, on that. That's just a big area. It's gonna be a little easier for us on the smaller units to kind of get to where those are. You almost take the one on the left that's separated. That one you can be a little more precise, a little more boutique with, and then this bigger one, that's like, okay, that's a big operation there, a big unit, and that's gonna be a little more difficult, I think.
One of the questions was, why putting these two different treatment types together? Again, some of it's economic. Your intensive is gonna help the cost a little bit on your extensive ecological. But it's also efficiencies. You're not mobilizing multiple purchasers into the same spot, so you can, they may be able to have the same company do both sides of it. So that was part of the thought process there. On the, where we kind of landed on these initial round of units, we're not really, they're in the BOP. So if you're going through the big stack of projects, thank you. We tried to pick areas that were on the sort of edges of the property, because we wanted to leave some of those more intact watersheds available for research and to do baseline monitoring. So when you look at these on the big map, they're gonna be kind of more around the edges than they are in some of the core watersheds.
That was just a question I had since, so like, I know that OSU has some of the baseline monitoring things. Is there any overlap, or is this, as you just, I mean, it sounds like none of that would be taking place where you're currently looking at some of these, or is there, because that goes back to an opportunity possibility, if they're gonna be doing the monitoring? They have more data.
I don't know that they put up, I think we had our units sort of designated, so I think they maybe,
You should have seen that.
yeah, I don't
But
think
is
there's
that a
overlap
good or
there.
bad thing?
Well, the way they thought of it is, since the research integrity, at least 2 years of baseline monitoring.
Yeah.
And if we're gonna be logging within 2 years, it'll take the data if we did, so it's probably not a good area to overlap. At least that's the thinking that we've heard. Doesn't mean we couldn't do the things that you're talking about, like collect. What do we know
Collect
about
what you can
species
collect.
composition,
Yeah.
density,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
logging equipment and. Amy, what do you think about, so one of the benefits of like, you can actually have biologists and foresters on staff, and then Eric as well on contract, like, we have, the ability now to have conversations across foresters and biologists. Does the restoration thinning stuff, like when the forester talk of, bust it up, bang it up, make it whatever, does that, do you get concerned as a biologist?
No, I get excited, because, plantation forestry is not a forest. Like, it's not supposed to be homogeneous, it's not supposed to be all the same, so when you're talking about what. And then having worked for the BLM where, yeah, you have to go in and we would create snags after. And I was like, why didn't we just have them do it while we were in here, you know, so no, you have to try to make it, to imitate Mother Nature, where there's disturbance, where there's, you know, wind throw, where there's things like that in a plantation. So no, it's exciting to see that, have that opportunity to go in there, and yeah, it isn't going to look pretty initially, the first few years, but to try to imitate, disease and insect and wind throw and snowstorms in a single, maybe double entry, is really interesting. Yeah, the only thing I would say is I wish that I was younger, that I was gonna be able to see these things happen for like the next 30, 40 years, because just in my life, it was gonna be a pretty small window to see how they develop after, we manipulate the standards.
Forward or back?
Forward.
I had a question about the restoration thinning
There
and
you go. Good segue.
ecological forestry. And I don't know my terminology at all, but are gonna drag trees out, like for understory and soil disturbance, or are you gonna be, you know, picking up more of those when you take them out on carriages and lines, or? I know there's different approaches to that.
Yeah,
I've
so
heard there's
most
a lot
of the
pros and
thing that's gonna
cons.
go on here is gonna be, cable yarding.
Okay.
And so the standard is, at least one end of suspension. So you may have the top, or you know, if it's bucked, it may have one end that's gonna be dragging on the ground. Depending on where you get that, I mean, it's kind of like the clothesline, right? If the back end is high enough, you can get full suspension for
Just
a good portion of it, so.
I just didn't know if we were creating parameters around what could and couldn't happen as far as that.
I think what I've seen so far, it's been in compliance with the forest practice design, so. I mean, there's some new rules since this whole project started around, non-fish bearing streams and soil disturbance on, perennial and seasonal streams, and so if you're thinking that you're gonna drag a log across even some of the tops, the heads of these, you may not be planning correctly.
Okay.
But this is, quickly just an example of one of the restoration thinnings. So again, this one's in the conservation, management, CRW's research watershed, CRW. So tan again is gonna be your, gaps. The purple speckled is gonna be the skips, and then you've got the light blue is gonna be that sort of thinned areas, and so, really just trying to go and break those up, right? Those were all younger plantations, like Amy was talking about, that you're gonna get into and try and, make them pretty irregular. So there's a lot of flexibility on these ones, so.
Can I ask a newbie one-on-one question? I'm gonna say that a lot, pretty much assume all my questions are newbie one-on-one questions. The gap areas, are those effectively intensive logged areas? So are you going in and replanting them afterwards in a plantation style? Like I'm trying to understand what the ecological differences.
Yeah, so that's one of the things nice about the restoration things is that those gaps will be created, then they'll just come back in naturally. So you're gonna have some tree regeneration, but you're also gonna have shrubs, herbs, forests come back in.
Okay, so
as
for
well.
successional.
Yeah, so it's gonna come back in, and you can't stop stuff from growing in the nurse range, so you're gonna have a variety of stuff come back in. So it won't be just like some hole that exists forever. There's gonna be all kinds of stuff come back in and see.
Penetration in some of those areas that
Some lot of track, yeah, some lot of track.
Sorry, y'all, I've gotta head out. Oh, get on the road. Thanks for the day.
Safe travel.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks, Mike.
Can I make a comment? I noticed with the intensive and. No, with the extensive and the restoration things, you mentioned the percentage of retained trees. I noticed that for intensive, it wasn't, which if I recall from the plan, is it 5%?
It's gonna follow saying FPA standards, so
Okay.
it's gonna be.
Which is still,
two
yeah.
trees per acre.
I think somewhere in the FMP maybe, one of our documents, it says 5%, which is higher than 2 trees per acre.
Yeah, maybe it does say that in FMP.
I think so. Those would be pretty, I'm thinking that they're gonna
Sorry to put anyone on the spot.
be distributed.
Yeah.
You know,
Distributed, yeah.
Right, well, when we were talking about that 5% could be, hardwoods, could be, like you said, legacy features, or just something that's interesting, like a bunch of deformed trees. That don't have a lot of, commercial value.
And then maybe the other thing on retention percentages, the restoration things, I think are targeted at 50% retention.
Okay.
So that's kind of why you got about the same amount of skips and gaps and then thinning, but you could, these are kind of wide open for how you would approach these.
We've got public comments on this very point.
Yeah.
Oh.
And looking at every stand, on an individual basis, because every stand's gonna look a little different, so you're not gonna go in and just do a blanket prescription across the board. You're gonna go, okay, this stand looks like one that we should, maybe retain 60% of what's out there, because there's a lot of these good features. Other ones, you're like, we're gonna hit it harder. This is one that go down closer to 20%, so it's just gonna be on a case-by-case basis to meet the overall objectives of restoration therapy.
One of the things we found when we were driving around looking at some of these candidates, especially on the restoration thinnings, this is really steep ground, the draws slide out and red alder comes back. And so, the financial viability of trying to go in and thin that or even remove it, I mean, it's creating diversity. You maybe just call that your skip and stay out of it and focus on trying to break up the Doug fir plantation portions and leave those. That's gonna help on the financial viability side.
One thing we did at Stiletz was, when we withheld logger, had to leave X number of trees or X percentage was. We also told them what percent had to be conifer versus hardwood, and so you can do some of that too. Or give a species preference for leaving, so we did trees that we didn't have that much of, those were the higher preference.
Yeah, and DTO, the kind of group of industry folks we're talking to, they said their operators are very used to designated by prescription, designation by description, which are the Forest Service terms, and so they're used to seeing that. So the fact that we could have a pool of operators that are familiar with that is very helpful, because the cost to go in and mark all these stands is beyond what we want to do. I like to mark trees, but even I at some point go, this is steep ground, and just call it all day, and it's like, yeah. So. We could probably exhaust it.
You mean you and people?
That's really helpful.
That's right.
Was that for you? Oh.
Give it 4 minutes and look what happens.
Yes. By the way, anybody wants the, Elliott maps from this old ODF ones, I just brought up. Those.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just leave those there, you can grab those now or on your way out.
I just noticed probably in 6 months to a year that Ryan's been really itching to hear more forestry talk at board meetings.
Yeah,
You definitely can't leave.
that's why I blacked out during the first hour and a half.
Yes.
And we're slightly past our 1 o'clock time, which is time for public comment. So I'm assuming we still have a very attentive public out there, and this is the time that if any member of the public wishes to take advantage of having all of our ears together, please feel free.
Yeah, this is Fergus McLean.
Hi, Fergus.
Hey, I want to thank Darren and Brett and Emma for the time they've given me the last couple of weeks trying to pull together testimony to Ways and Means and Land Board in support of the great work you guys are doing. Regarding discussion of the relationship of the Land Board with the board, it seems like the Land Board expects the forest to figure out how to solve its own financial problems. That's their bottom line. Other accomplishments would be welcome. My suggestion to the Land Board was that in order for you to be able to accomplish that goal, that the board be empowered to operate the forest on a business-like basis, and that the DSL director or assistant director become a member to iron out possible legal roadblocks. Like leaders of any business, this board needs a business plan and the authority to hold all other participants accountable to the board's directions. It may not be the ideal governing body of the forest. You are the only body capable of pulling together all the varied threads of the Elliott tapestry, bringing the project in under budget. After reviewing the HCP and forest plan over the past couple of weeks, it appears to me you're on extremely thin ice financially. 10 million does not even begin to approach projected startup and 2-year operating costs. And operational research seems the first thing to be cut, although I think Ryan and Eric are really moving in the right direction on that. It was a great discussion you guys just had. In the long run, it looks to me like the research force is going to need public direct support. In order to attract that, you're going to need to fund practical research testing out the topic most interesting to all Oregonians, and that is, what is ecological forestry and what does it mean? How does it compare with industrial forestry? Now, the extensive in the forest plan, as pointed out by Dan Newton, is extremely vague and not actually that consistent with the principles of ecological forestry, which is diametrically opposed to traditional industrial forestry in that focused on prolonging the pre-forest stage of development, while the industrial model is devoted to shortening or eliminating this natural stage of forest succession, minimizing rotation times. That's not really what ecological forestry is about. Well, while tracking is fine, it's only useful if harvest is strategically designed with specific research outcomes in mind. The comments I put in on the BOP spell out some low-cost approaches to the harvest units. It sounds like what you guys are already headed for, that will permit comparisons of intensive and extensive protocols on a shoestring budget. Settling Oregon's timber wars with comprehensive and objective study of operations should be the top research priority in the Elliott, in my opinion. It's testing out this profound disagreement about forestry practices that Oregonians expect from the forest. And in my comments, I've suggested a way to capture critical information about ongoing harvests at minimal costs, like Eric was just talking about, that will create a foundation for the multi-generational comparison of ecological versus industrial forest practices. It should provide a bedrock long-term research carried out on the Elliott. Forest plan, the Land Board just adopted, is very much an incomplete work in progress, which is going to require an empowered board to make the significant changes it's going to need to be made. If it is to be effective, the board needs to be involved in selecting personnel, including the research coordinator and committee members. The best way to empower the board is for the board to act like an empowered board. The next crucial step is recruitment of the Science Advisory Committee and the Implementation and Adaptive Management Committee. This board has a responsibility of determining the director's jobs duties. I've provided Brett a list of suggested committee members. Among others, you may decide to direct Darren to interview as a great source for suggestions for committee members or for joining the committee themselves. Another appropriate board function is setting policy for establishing fees charged for researchers using the forest. Should funds from research programs be regarded as an important revenue source for the forest that is desperately needed, and provide funds for basic study of ecological versus industrial forest management practices? Or is the Elliott going to be subsidizing other people's research projects? Last, concerning consultation with the new, what are the terms and significance of the carbon contract under negotiation? What are the implications for estimates of timber harvest quantity in the HCP? Where is the additionality present HCP and forest plan new plans to tap into? The board needs to be in charge of negotiations concerning any carbon offset project and to understand what is being proposed in the ANU project and its implications. To generate the $1 million a year promised would take a commitment of close to 500 acres of harvest offset or more. I don't really see how that can be possible. That's my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Burgess.
Next up, any other members of the public? Okay, seeing none. Hearing none. Then at 1:15, which is dang near right now. What's that? Way to be, yeah. I told you, I gave Ryan 4 minutes to get us in on time. You did. Yeah, so next steps and future agenda topics. You have something to say?
So really, it's like, this is just, we want to hear from you, obviously, about, because we've talked about some of this as we throughout the day already, but it's like, well, you know, we really want to hear about what are the priorities that you as the board want to hear about at our upcoming meetings. What are some of the topics we kind of, I think we've touched on some today, but I'd like to kind of use some of this time for what would you as the board see as useful for us to have for topics going forward.
Burgess just mentioned something that I had not thought about in this whole process. And I'll let Ryan and Eric, they can fill us in, or Darren, you. So there's a, how do we track? What is the standard procedure for tracking revenue on various logging prescriptions? Right, so if we know that we're doing an extensive, then what is, how much revenue per how many acres are we bringing off that versus another, versus an intensive type of activity? And there's, I'm sure there's a huge amount of Northwest research on that, but it's interesting for us to know. I think that is a little bit of research, and so is that easily trackable, and is that standard?
So I think each, so variable, that your revenue is based off of the species and the volume and age, size, all those things that are on that site, and it's gonna be totally different on every single one, but you have an inventory that over the course of the last 15 years through the different iterations of the Elliott, they've inventoried what's out there. The quality is okay. It's gonna be an ongoing, it's always an ongoing thing, right? You measure a little, you sample a little bit every year, but you take that information and say, okay, here's what the whole of that stand is. We're gonna harvest 50% of it. We're gonna harvest 80, 20. We can tell what that is, and then you base your projections off of that.
Okay.
So that's using the data we have, and we do have data for the whole forest. Then you can take your prescription, whichever that is, and then you can start applying some formulas. So, you know, again, like all the way back to when I first started, I'm an engineer, by the way, so everything needs to add up. So I can make a formula that will tell you what it's gonna cost to log it, and it's pretty close.
Okay.
So that's how we've approached all of the financial analysis all the way back to when OSU was doing it, so.
Yeah, one thing we'll have to consider is within a sale package, you're gonna be harvesting different stands. So we'd have to come up with a way to track individual stands and when that volume's coming out, and earmark it. So there's kind of a way to do that, because you'll know which stands are being logged and what stands, that would be in ship. So it'd take a little more like, okay, we gotta be on top of it, like all these loads went out of this stand, and then you get scale receipts, and then you can kind of calculate what's there, so. It'd take a little more work, but I think it can be done.
It's, yeah, the ticket, so every load has a ticket that gets written on it. You could code those if you wanted it divided up finer than the whole project. That is tracked through the process that you could then using the data that comes back in once they get scaled to be able to parse it out a little finer.
Yeah, I think you.
Yeah, I think October is really soon, and we promised the land board an FMP update. And what is the process timeline? The update was like really substantive issues. It wasn't like we're gonna update this section and edit it. It was like, how are we addressing recreation? What's our strategy? What's our tribal engagement? Is that whole list of things. And some of those I think have moved, others of them don't seem like they've moved. And so kind of what is the plan? It seems like all of that needs to very much be happening now to be on track. And how does the board interface in that versus what is the staff role?
I don't know, one of the big questions that, yeah.
It's just a really small thing
Just
to add to the
minor
portfolio.
details, yeah.
But Fergus brought up one of the things too, it'd be good to get periodic updates on the carbon project too, to know what's what.
I think if we can collaborate together in whatever way around that roadmap, work plan, board interface, and then coming back to have an opportunity for the board to talk through that some more, I think that would be useful.
I see three things that I'd love to see on future agendas, and thanks for asking. So one is a big hairy question that's run through this since the first day, but we never can get to it. So I think having a careful, constructive discussion that we have a whole lot of goals, but there are two that are really major ones. If you're a research force, one goal is developing new useful knowledge, right? And another goal is being responsible stewards of a forest, particularly a public forest. And strategically, you end up making decisions about the relative prioritization of those two, which is more important, the creation of new knowledge or being a good steward. And a quick analogy could be if we ran a hospital, it was a research hospital, we have that same dilemma that we want to get new knowledge, right, from the people who are coming to our hospital, but we also have a responsibility to take good care of the people who come in, right? And we know there's things in history where hospitals got that out of whack and did bad stuff. So I think a conversation that we need to have at some point is what's the relative prioritization of those two goals? And how does that align with the direction that we are headed? And the second topic would be, with the research work, will there be core questions that guide it? Or do we end up being sort of reactive to people like the nice people who came today throwing ideas at us? If there are core questions, how important is it that there be core questions, and how are we gonna arrive at what those core questions are? Like who should be involved in that conversation? And the third one, which I think you already have teed up, is how do we dig more deeply into ecological forestry? Like, what does it really mean? And I think particularly, how do we make it real by looking at examples of people doing things? Like the fact that we've got the BLM as neighbors who are doing some pretty exemplary stuff. So getting someone like Abe Wheeler from the BLM to come talk. So not only are they doing good stuff, but they're also in our general neighborhood. So those are three things I'd love to see on the agendas.
I'd really like an update on what's going on with the Science Advisory Board Committee. Or Research Advisory, whatever we're calling it. I'd love an update on that.
Right now,
Not right now,
Thank you. Yeah,
at
thank
our
you.
next
All right.
meeting, you know, that's a really big piece of this, and that's what's supposed to coordinate the research on the research forest.
Yeah.
And right now, we don't have that.
Yes. Thank you for not doing it right now.
Yes, yeah. Thank you.
The only other thing, I agree, the research part is one of my big interests, but also, there are gonna be logs coming off this forest this year, hopefully. What's the communication plan? What's the outreach, not just to the individual stakeholders, but the overall comms plan? And that's everything from social media to forwards to.
I think continuing, like, one of our biggest responsibilities, traditional responsibility of the board is fiduciary responsibility, and I think we talk really lightly about that for it being such a big deal for this forest, and so having more regular agenda items around that and a lot more conversation, information, intentionality around that, I think it's really important. You know, that was Tobias Reed said that at the F&P approval, so how are you moving forward on that and budget specifics? I'm sure staff have much more specifics on, you know, 10 million and everything, but specifics on that, but also like, how are we continuing to reach to that self-sustainability goal? And on what timeline? And what are our give and take to get there?
Be nice too, if opportunity was there to have some trips out in the woods. To actually see this.
Radical idea, Mike.
Ryan can take some squatters out today.
You can take the owl out with a hot spot. We can have full board meetings on for us. Can't chairs.
Did a great tour up there.
Oh, yeah, you should do more. Start.
Chris, before we adjourn here, I'm going to throw it to you for any comments you'd like to make.
No, I caught most of the meeting after when I had to jump off. So hopefully you had a good, productive meeting. You have a great evening tonight. And thank you for having that brainstorming session about topics you'd like on upcoming meeting agendas. It made me think about that October land board meeting. We have a pretty tight schedule internally about when things are due, drafts, like pretty much buttoned up drafts for getting into the queue for land board meeting. So I started to think about that and how we can start talking with Darren about that in the near future here. So no, good conversation.
Darren needs more on his plate.
Yeah. And I don't know if we just recently started talking about what meeting summaries might look like for you folks. You know, you met Hannah earlier. I don't know if we've actually done any meeting summaries for you, but our plan is to draft up a short meeting summary. We can catalog to not a transcript because this meeting's recorded, sort of point people to the time. It's very similar to how we do the land board meeting summaries. So we'll probably draft one up and see what you think about that for your next meeting for you to review as part of your minutes or your agenda, and see what you and the group think about that. So that's about all I have right now. Hope you have a great rest of your evening.
One thing that would be really handy, is if we could get our meeting schedules set way out. So we're not trying to juggle things at the last minute.
So if we pull off a June meeting, if it coincides with the land board meeting at Shutters Creek, then we'd be looking at August, September, maybe. Didn't we say every quarter?
I think it says 5 times.
Yeah, Linda did some polling on this and we'll go back to those dates if they're not already on the calendar.
But I agree with
Get them on the calendar.
I have other things like scheduling.
Yeah.
Well, I also think workload, like, yeah, 5 times a year, but that doesn't seem realistic given everything that needs to
That's where
happen to be decided on, so
Yeah.
thinking about as you're working through all that short list of several topics that I'm saying.
And recognizing though that board meetings themselves are work for you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of work.
You all just gave us, I think you gave Darren like a year's worth of.
Yeah,
marketing
right.
topics.
By next, by June.
Twenty-four.
Get them all in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all right, start at 6 AM and at 8 PM, we should.
Also, I think having the staff be never shy about being really forthright with the board about here's what you can do
Yeah.
to help our
Yeah.
work go as well as possible, because I think that's a fundamental responsibility we have. And that includes telling us to bug off. You know, when you think we're involved in stuff that's really not.
Darren and I had coffee downstairs the other day. He told me what to do.
You passed the test?
Yeah, we're totally where to put it anyway. I got the message. That's it.